What are your superhero powers?
We are Rotarians. We inspire, we connect, we serve.
Let's go celebrate District 5230 Rotarians. Our superheroes.
Good morning, fellow Rotarians, distinguished guests, Rotary family and friends. My name is İlge Karancak, your District Conference Chair. On behalf of the Conference Committee, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to our virtual District 5230 Conference this morning. Throughout the day, you will meet many Rotarian superheroes. They will remind us again that when we contribute to other people's happiness, we find the true meaning of life. There's no doubt we will continue doing the good in the world. We hope you are going to enjoy our conference and have fun while celebrating our year and our superheroes together. Thank you. Let's get started. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. So now we ring the bell. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, everyone, to our very first virtual district conference. The conference committee, led by Chair Ilge Karancak, has put together an awesome program that I hope you will enjoy. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us. It's my pleasure to start the program with our opening keynote from Rotary International President Holger Knapp. Holger resides in Germany with his wife Suzanne of 43 years. Please be sure to read his bio on your Whova app.
Dear friends in Rotary, a district conference is an important meeting that brings Rotary leaders together and help us prepare for the great challenges ahead. These are challenging times, and Rotary has a special place in helping communities and the world cope with crisis and prepare for future challenges. It is important that we focus on our core values of fellowship, integrity, leadership, service, and diversity, because these values remain constant as the world is changing. And the world is changing rapidly. Even before COVID-19, people were starting to move away from some of the traditions that defines Rotary clubs. The old ways where regular lunch meetings are going more and more away. They will be replaced by different and unique ways of maintaining contacts. Younger generations have grown up with the digital world, and they have a strong desire for service and connections. But they don't want to wait. They want to play a meaningful role right now. And if Rotary cannot provide it, they will form their own types of connections. This is a great opportunity for Rotary. Some may complain that the new Rotary does not look like their old Rotary, and that's okay. But Paul Harris understood that change is necessary long ago. He said, we have to be revolutionary from time to time. And now is the time to be revolutionary. And one way we will do it is by creating new different club models and rethink what it means to be in Rotary. Young people should be the architects of these new clubs. We need a younger Rotary and a more diverse Rotary. We must make diversity a strength. And this means looking for new ways to find people who are a good fit for Rotary clubs, while appreciating that diversity means different things in every part of the world. We must take an international approach and ensure that every club embraces diversity in the way that it's most meaningful for their members. And a key part of this is increasing the number and role of women in Rotary everywhere. And I'm proud that Jennifer Jones will be our president 2022-2023. In the next Rotary term, 9 positions on the board of directors will be held by women. It's a great progress that we need to see all across our clubs. And we must never forget that Rotary helps build leaders, and we have an obligation to share this thread with everyone who has the talent and inclination to lead, regardless of their background. And we must show leadership by speaking out against discrimination in all forms everywhere in the world. Rotary is not political and must remain that way. However, Rotarians have a duty to speak our values everywhere they are treated. Discrimination is never acceptable in Rotary. Another way we live up to our values is to focus on the future and ensure that Rotary clubs are prepared to evolve. Every Rotary club needs their own vision, their own plan. I would like every Rotary club to have a strategic meeting at least once a year. Each club should be asking where they want to be in 5 years and know what value it brings to members. It is so important we help build this new Rotary for a new age, because Rotary is not just a club that you join. Rotary is an invitation to endless opportunities. Rotary service, large and small, brings hope to people who need our help. And because of this, Rotary opens opportunities for us to live a richer, more meaningful life with friends around the world, based on our core values. Everything we do opens another opportunity for someone, somewhere. As I like to say, Rotary opens opportunities. This is a moment for everyone in Rotary to step up and lead. I hope you make the most of it. Thank you.
That was wonderful, Holger. Thank you very much. It's always great to welcome Brenda Cressy, Rotary Foundation trustee, to our district conference. Brenda is currently serving a 4-year term as trustee in 2017-2021. Brenda was also named the first woman Rotary Foundation chair in 2018-2019.
You're the engine that makes all things go, and you're always in disguise, my hero. I see your light in the dark, smile on my face when we all know it's hard. There's no way to ever pay you back. Bless your heart, know I love you for that. Honest and selfless, I don't know if this helps it, but good job. You're doing a good job, a good job. You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter, matter, matter, yeah. You're doing a good job, a good job. You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter, matter, matter, yeah.
6 in the morning, as soon as you walk through that door, everyone needs you again. The world's out of order, it's not a sound when you're not around.
All day on your feet, hard to keep that energy. I know when it feels like the end of the road, you don't let go, you just press forward. You're the engine that makes all things go, go. Always in disguise, my hero. I see a light in the dark, smile in my face when we all know it's hard. There's no way to ever pay you back. Bless your heart, oh I love you for that. Honest and selfless, I don't know if this helps it, but
Good job, you're doing a good job, a good job.
good job.
You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter, matter, matter.
Good job. You're doing a good job, a good job. You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter, matter, matter, yeah. The mothers, the fathers, the teachers that reach us, strangers to friends that show up in the end. From the bottom to the top, the listeners that hear us, this is for you. You make me feel it. You're doing a good job, a good job. You're doing a good job, don't get too down. The world needs you now. Know that you matter.
Thank you so much to our first responders, our healthcare workers, our mothers.
Thank you to our moms and our dads. Thank you to our teachers who've helped us.
We know it's been hard, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
The fathers, the teachers that reach us, strangers to friends that show up in the end. From the bottom to the top, the listeners that hear us, this is for you. You make me feel like you're doing a good job, a good job.
The COVID-19 pandemic has hit us all very hard. We've had to adapt to a new way of living in business, in family, and in Rotary. As superheroes, we have done what we do best, and that is to serve humanity. I hope you enjoyed the tribute by the One Voice Children's Choir. We jumped the gun a little bit on introducing Brenda Cressy, so I hope you enjoyed the video, and let's go ahead and send it over to Brenda Cressy.
Good day to my good friends, District Governor Joy and District Foundation Chair Joe Gridmeyer, and to you, the great Rotarians and district leaders, club leaders, and the entire family of Rotary in District 5230. My name is Brenda Cressy, and I was the first woman chair of the Rotary Foundation in 2018, and I'm currently serving the last of my 4-year term as trustee of our transformative Rotary Foundation. I am here today to express my thanks and gratitude to the great Rotarians of this district, despite the many challenges brought on to us during this pandemic. But first, I want to thank you all so much for the $38,000 in funds you raised, resulting in life-changing projects for the Creek Fire in Central California. We will not forget how on September 4th, 2020, the Creek Fire started in the town of Big Creek near Shaver Lake in Central California. It was the largest single incident in California's history and the largest recorded fire within the Sierra National Forest. It burned more than 380,000 acres, destroyed 856 structures, and damaged at least 71 more. 26 people were injured, but the good news is that Rotarians rose to the challenge, and again, despite the pandemic, were able to show those communities great compassion. This past year, I've witnessed how Rotary clubs adapted to this new environment we find ourselves in. And although clubs are so well known for building parks and eradicating polio, we have clubs finding new ways to serve. For example, the Rotary clubs in all the 4 counties in your district, Fresno, Kings, Tulare, and Monterey, have been banding together to address the needs of their own communities as they deal with the pandemic. And the 57 Rotary clubs in this district, in these 4 counties, have so far donated just over $500,000 in cash as for mask and protective gear, meals, and other personal services. And I am so pleased that our Rotary Foundation itself contributed an additional $62,000 to date. Some of the foundations and the contributions have gone to local food banks, Salvation Army, and numerous other service organizations in need. So again, thank you for everything that you're doing. And I hope you're as proud as I am to be a Rotarian. I also want to extend my personal appreciation to District Governor Joy and to every single one of her club presidents this year. Together, you have stepped up to the challenge by keeping this district and your clubs viable and relevant. It's not been easy, but my gratitude is echoed by Trustee Chair and past Rotary International President Ravi Ravindran and all the trustees. And of course, it goes without saying that RI President Holger Knack couldn't be more pleased and proud himself. For many with us today, you have all been so steadfast and continue to be generous donors and supporters of the foundation for many years. And for others, perhaps you've just begun this amazing journey of giving to our incredible Rotary Foundation. Having recently received the highest rating that Charity Navigator can give for the 13th year in a row, I thought I'd let you know what it means. What it means is that our foundation earns the recognition for adhering to sector's best practices and executing its mission in a financially and efficient way, demonstrating both strong financial health and commitment to accountability and transparency. Only 1% of organizations that Charity Navigator evaluates have received 13 consecutive four-star evaluations. So yes, my sincere thanks and appreciation to each of you, our donors and supporters, for all your continued support. Every single dollar that you have donated to the foundation has changed lives in ways you may never know. Clean water and sanitation, caring for mothers and children, polio eradication, and so much more. You have all made a real difference. Let me say how I'm always struck by the generosity, support, and passion for our Rotary Foundation. I'm so often reminded that each Rotarian has his or her own reasons for getting involved with Rotary and supporting so many of its programs. I think when Rotarians get involved in our foundation through projects and service, they really see the value of their contributions. So I see each of you as an ambassador to the foundation, active partners in doing good in the world. So thank you for staying engaged and sharing our foundation's joys and best works with Rotarians in your club and in our great district. Giving to the annual fund supports Rotary and Rotaract-driven projects that are created at the local level. Despite the pandemic, we are here to meet the needs of our community, and we foster this through our international fellowships. One single gift can help in any one of our areas of focus. For example, projects for maternal and child health right now are critical. The pandemic has really set the world back in this area. Routine immunization services are substantially hindered in at least 68 countries, and about 80 million children under the age of 1 are missing out on vaccines for leading killers like measles and pneumonia. And without timely action, impacts from COVID-19 pandemic could put an additional 6.7 million children at risk for acute forms of malnutrition and cause more than 10,000 additional children to die per month during the next 12 months of the pandemic alone. We cannot afford to press pause on the crisis of child mortality or malnutrition while we fight COVID-19 pandemic. Clubs who are active in both district and global grants really get the full impact of the gifts they make by their members. It's always such a pleasure for me to have an opportunity to share my passion for what I think our Rotary Foundation stands for. And to me, our foundation is the lifeblood of this organization. It allows us to live out Rotary's action plan. It allows us to be problem solvers, to be impactful, and our global reach allows us to inspire, support, and motivate others. And our foundation projects and programs help us to remain engaged in the good work of Rotary. And finally, throughout this pandemic, we have certainly learned to quickly adapt and be flexible. Each of you are making an incredible difference, and congratulations to each of you who stepped up to help in some way this year. Although we're faced with many new challenges, please know that today the world needs Rotary to help bring people together. The world needs Rotary to help the most vulnerable, and Rotarians need each other. We need each other to stay connected and to take swift action against COVID-19 or so many of the other priorities we are facing in our communities. Thank you one and all, and congratulations, Rotarians, for a fantastic year.
Thank you, Brenda, for your great presentation. Next up is Debbie Hale, our District Governor Designate and current District Grants Subcommittee Chair, giving us an update on our district projects.
Rotary superheroes like you open opportunities throughout the world and in our own communities. Go for it.
Hello, I'm Debbie Hale, your District 5230 Grants Coordinator. Our Rotary Foundation Director, Brenda Cressy, just talked about the important initiatives worldwide that your contributions to the Rotary Foundation help pay for. But did you know that your donations also pay for projects here locally in District 5230? That's right. 50% of the money comes back to the district to be used for district grants, projects that you do in your community, or global grants, projects that you initiate on a worldwide basis. The other half of the funding goes into the World Fund to pay for Rotary Global initiatives, including the match to our global grants, Polio Plus, Peace Scholars, and other Rotary Global initiatives. This year, our district provided money to dozens of clubs to serve individuals in need in our communities. We provided food for the homeless. We provided training for the blind. We gave reading classes for children, set up environmental education for teachers and students, and generally helped those who can't make ends meet during this economic time of hardship. All of these individuals and more benefited from the generosity of you, Rotarians who donated to the Rotary Foundation. Your donations to the Rotary Foundation also paid for disaster response grants, one of which was used to help fire victims in Monterey County. The upcoming video will show you just a few examples of the great works that you, our Rotarians of District 5230, have done to open opportunities in Fresno, Tulare, Kings, and Monterey counties. And if you'd like to learn more about what our local Rotarians are doing in global grants, check out the videos in the House of Friendship. Learn how you can join your fellow Rotarians to open opportunities to a better life around the world. Now, on with the show. Wow. I hope you were as inspired by that video as I was. And now I'd like to take a moment to thank some of the members of the Rotary Grants team. First of all, I'd like to thank Karen Worthington, who administered our district grants program. Karen was the one responsible for gathering all of the applications, reviewing them, and then reviewing your final reports and submitting the proposal to Rotary International. Karen has had to leave Rotary, we hope temporarily, in order to address family and work obligations. Karen, I just want to thank you for the past 3 years of service. It's been so important to allow us to serve our communities with these district grant programs. Karen, you're a Rotary superhero. Second of all, I'd like to thank someone who's actually new to our district, but a longtime Rotarian. And that's Mark Grancolis with the Carmel by the Sea Rotary Club. When Mark came to Carmel, he asked me, how can I learn about what's happening in our district about global grants? Is there some kind of a community forum that we have? Is there a place on the website where we can post information on all our global grants? The answer was no. So immediately I talked to Mark about setting up a global grants sharing team, and that team has been meeting for almost all of the past year. We meet at 5:30 on the first Monday of the month. And you can check the district website for that Zoom login. Mark, I want to thank you for expanding the reach of our global grants and allowing us to share information and support each other as we work to do good in the world. Mark and his partner at Carmel by the Sea, Rick Maston, are also starting a global grant in our district that I hope you'll hear more about next year. And then finally, I want to thank Doug Brown and the Rotary Club of Corral de Tierra. The Corral de Tierra Rotary Club has been unparalleled in its generosity towards Rotary Global grants in our district. They have donated to every single one of the global grants that has been accepted, implemented, or proposed by clubs in our district. Thank you so much to your foundation and to your members. I also want to thank Doug Brown, who is going to be taking over as the Rotary Grants Coordinator next year when I move up to District Governor nominee. Doug has a wide range of knowledge in both district and global grants, and I look forward to having him lead the way. He will be looking for others to join the global grants and district grants team, so if you are interested, please look him up on the DACDB and send him an email. I know he'd love to have the help. Thank you so much to all of these Rotary superheroes.
Yay. Thank you, Debbie, for keeping us up to date on how our TRF grants are working. Most people join Rotary because they want to make a difference. It might be to enhance educational opportunities for local school children, or to bring clean drinking water to impoverished areas plagued by waterborne disease, or to expand peace in the world, or even to improve their own lives by developing friendships in their communities. Jorita Solari is one of those Rotarians who've been successful in making a difference. She is an innovator and a doer. During her year's service as district governor, she held her district's first ever $1 million dinner raising money for the Rotary Foundation. She also led her district to become only the second 100% Paul Harris Club district in the world, again generating funds for the Rotary Foundation. Her vision led to the creation of what is now the Western Pets Alliance, a group working to improve the education provided to president-elects throughout Western North America and Canada. But maybe most importantly, she's a team builder. She is warm, genuine, and welcoming. If you ever get the chance to see her at a future Rotary event, please introduce yourself. She would love to hear from you. Please join me in welcoming Jorita Solari, Rotary International Vice President.
Thank you, Governor Joy, family, and friends of Rotary International District 5230. I must say it's an honor to be able to join you today. albeit virtually. And I know Conference Chair Ilge and the committee have put together a terrific virtual experience to celebrate this past Rotary year with all you superheroes. I congratulate you all for successfully navigating a unique and challenging year. 2020, 2021 brought us a once-in-a-lifetime disruption of how we live our lives and how we do the business of Rotary. This disruption happened with breathtaking abruptness and certainly didn't come with an instruction manual. So many members of our Rotary family are thinking outside the box. In fact, some are even breaking that box. They, like you, are taking advantage of the new opportunities presented to you as a result of the changes we're experiencing due to COVID-19. You figured it out and continue to provide Rotary service to your clubs, your communities, and the world. All over the world, Rotarians are adapting the way we connect and serve. Rotarians are disrupting what people thought about Rotary. You, my friends, are reinventing how we do the business of Rotary. You are creating our new normal, embracing what's new and different. This disruption has presented us with an opportunity to ask very important questions. Why do we do the things we do? Why do we do those things the way we do them? You see, knowing why we do what we do is really knowing our purpose, our calling. Knowing our why drives and motivates us and inspires others. Simon Sinek says, success comes when we wake up every day in the never-ending pursuit of why we do what we do. As we all explore innovating for the future, let's begin that with the strength of our why. I'm amazed and humbled by your resilience, your ability to adapt as you continue to open opportunities to increase your impact by reaching out, engaging Rotarians, Rotaractors, and your communities, both globally and locally. You know, it's truly inspirational for me to see you putting forth every effort to do good in the world, taking advantage of all the opportunities Rotary opens to us. You've shared your hearts with your communities and the world. Like Brenda said, you've changed lives, you've saved lives. You continue to touch people you'll never see. Through your service, you've planted the precious seeds of hope. You've shown people in your communities that you care about them. You've given the gifts of literacy, instilling the love of reading at an early age. You gave children their first books to read. You gave people their dignity, gifts of self-reliance, mobility, clean water, sustainability. You've shared your love, your humor, your time, and your hearts. You followed through with your promise to do good in the world. You are the Rotary leaders who will change mindsets to do good in the world in a different and impactful way, because you are doing that now. Mark Twain said, the two most important days in your life is the day you were born and the day you discovered why you were born. In closing, I would like to share with you why Rotary is my passion. Nigeria had 2 years of being polio-free when one case was reported in the Northeast. Rotary's polio partners and the Nigerian government came together immediately and created a plan to address this. And I had the blessing to be on one of the teams that participated in those national immunization days, vaccinating over 3.7 million children in 4 days. The day before our plane home, our minibus turned into the rocky dirt parking lot of the Kaduna Health Center compound. We were there to deliver tricycle wheelchairs to the polio survivors that had been donated by Rotarians in my district and in my club. As we got off the bus to go over to where the tricycle wheelchairs were all lined up, the people across the parking lot, sitting in the dirt, in the shade of the big tree, started moving toward us. And that's when I realized they were the polio survivors, the crawlers. And a young girl crawled towards me with cheap flip-flops on her hands, dragging her body over the rocky dirt parking lot to where I was standing next to the tricycle wheelchair she had already decided was hers. And with a very determined look on her face, she put those flip-flops on the bottom of the tricycle wheelchair and pulled herself up to the bottom and then up to the seat. She reached out with both hands towards the pedals and started pushing tenuously, slowly moving forward. And it was at that point she broke out into a huge smile, realizing for the first time in her life, she was out of the dirt and mobile. And friends, it was at that moment I became overwhelmed with emotion of gratitude for Rotary, for our Rotary Foundation, for the generations and generations to come of generous Rotarians. We are changing lives. We go all over the world and in our communities and do amazing projects. There is no greater experience in life than changing or saving other lives. We do serve to change lives. And I strongly believe that it takes Rotarians to continue to awaken the world, because we are the change makers. We are the peacemakers. We are people of action looking to the future. We learn from our many experiences and evaluate the results, learning from our setbacks and our successes. We create solutions that last. Thank you. Thank you for all that you have done and all that you will continue to do. You make me proud to be a Rotarian. My friends, stand tall and walk with purpose, and have a fantastic time celebrating your success of this Rotary year together. Thank you.
Jarita, thank you so much for joining us today. Your value and respect, we respect your leadership so much. As you may know, Rotary has added a 7th area of focus, supporting the environment. Today we'll have past District Governor Yavuz Attila to introduce SRAG, which stands for Environmental Sustainability Rotarian Action Group.
Greetings. Supporting the environment. That's Rotary's new area of focus, approved by the Board of Directors and Board of Trustees in June 2020. I am Yavuz Attila, ASRAC Western North America Chapter Leader. ASRAC stands for Environmental Sustainability Rotary Action Group. Please join us at the House of Friendship at the District Conference on May 1st. Until then, stay safe.
G'day, I'm Ian Risley. Let me thank SRAG and Rotary clubs around the world for every tree you planted this year. This has allowed Rotarians to meet my 1.2 million tree challenge and to commit to environmental sustainability. The trees you planted will provide nutritious food for humans and animals, sustainable building materials and fuel, and canopies in your urban areas to cool, reduce energy use, and absorb pollution. Your trees will increase groundwater recharge, preventing runoff and soil loss. It'll create wildlife habitat, produce oxygen, use carbon dioxide, and improve health, slow global warming, and refresh the spirit of your communities. coming together to plant trees, you have created valuable partnerships and connections in your community and around the world. Because of your work, the resources you've enjoyed will be available for future generations. Thanks for making a difference. And keep planting trees. Even though the 2017-18 challenge has been completed, the planet thanks you, and so do I.
It's great to be out here getting some planting.
10 years down the road, once these things grow up, we're going to have a beautiful new entrance.
My little dirty hands in the dirt here as I plant this little tree is something that causes me to be connected to everybody around the world and making our planet a better place to live.
It really has been a joy to go back to some of those places 15 years later and just see how much of an impact we've made in those forests.
This helps our world, and if we don't do anything, nobody does anything, then we're not going to be here anymore.
This is a global initiative, so it's really cool to be involved globally and actually make a difference in the world and in your community.
In the short term, hanging out with other Rotarians is one of my favorite things to do. They're a bunch of neat people and you should come join us. And in the long term, I look forward to coming back here in 10 years and seeing what a beautiful park this turns into.
Hello, I am Kenneth Mugisha, the District Governor, District 9211, Uganda and Tanzania.
Let's put a break to the environmental suicide that we are steadily committing by using trees and sustainably.
We, as Rotary in Uganda and Tanzania, seek to join in reducing the waste of our forests in the Mission Green campaign.
This will be the end of one disease, but a new chapter in Rotary. A chapter where sustainability is front and center. Sustainability has become the watchword of Rotary because we want the good to last. We want our world to be better, not just here, not just for us, for everyone, for generations.
In any river, in 1 single mile, we can have between 1 to 2 metric tons of garbage that is trapped. And the purpose of doing river cleanups is to raise awareness in the community that all the garbage that we throw on the streets eventually will end up in the river. And from the river goes all the way to the ocean. I went to Puyo, Ecuador, and we're in the middle of the jungle. And our guide was saying, look, Salvador, there's absolutely no garbage here. Everything is pristine, that let's keep on going. We don't need to stop at this area. I said, stop, give me a second. In an area where there's nothing but a small bush, the size of my waist height, I went in there and every single bush had plastic bags wrapped around the trunk. In that bush, we collected a good 3 to 5 bags of garbage in that batch that looked pristine. From far, you could see that there was absolutely no garbage. But once you went in there and looked down, reached down to the bottom of the bush, every single bush had plastic bags wrapped around it. We have volunteers from all different backgrounds, firefighters, we have law enforcement, we have teachers, students from the universities, Rotaractors, Interactors, Rotarians, civilians. Many Rotary clubs in different countries participated, and together we collected over 100 metric tons of garbage. Through WASRAG and ESRAG, we continue to share that information and inspire more clubs, and eventually we may have river cleanup projects all over the world.
So I'm asking you to be the inspiration to move Rotary from reaction to action, to take a hard look at the environmental issues that affect our health and our welfare, to do what we can to make a difference. Sustainable service means looking at everything as part of a larger system, as part of a larger global ecology. It means helping to build stronger and more resilient communities. It means doing everything that we can to make sure that the good we do now is leading to better lives tomorrow and beyond. So I'm asking you to be the inspiration in your clubs, in your districts, to show them what we can do, what we can be. To be the inspiration to your countries, to your communities, by coming together, taking action to create lasting change. I'm asking you to be the inspiration because together we will inspire the world. And I thank you for everything you're going to do to make our world a better place next year. Thank you. Thank you.
That was inspiring, and I'm so excited about our new area of focus. It's now my pleasure to introduce Brad Howard, who is with us today live. Brad is a past district governor of District 5170 and past member of the board of directors of Rotary International. He's currently serving as aide to Jennifer Jones, the 2022-23 RI president. Eradication of polio has been a significant part of Brad's Rotary experience, which he will share with us today. Please welcome Brad Howard.
Good morning and welcome to all of you. Governor Joy, past district governors, future governors, Rotarians of District 5230, and all protocols observed. You've probably heard stories about Rotary's role and what we're doing for the children of the world. And you've heard stories from those people who have shared in the experience of being on the front line of the war against this disease as they give out those 2 precious drops into the mouth of a child. However, there is another story about polio that is rarely told. It's a story about our foundation. While we've always talked about what we're doing for the children of the world, we don't always fully realize the unintended consequences of polio eradication. Now, at a time where there was more than 350,000 new cases of polio in over 125 countries, a new grant was introduced by the Rotary Foundation, a 3H grant, Health, Hunger, and Humanity. And with a proposal from the Rotarians in the Philippines, a new vision was created. They thought if they could get enough money, they believed they could eradicate polio from their country. And in fact, they were so successful, it inspired a grander vision. Based on the success of the Rotarians in the Philippines, Rotary concluded that if we could raise $120 million, we could eradicate the disease from all over the world. And we came about that figure by taking a look at how many children there were 5 years and younger in the world, approximately, the cost of the polio vaccine dose per dose, and we multiplied the 2 together and came up with $120 million. Well, in 1987-88, we did not raise $120 million. We raised $247 million, and we celebrated believing we had eradicated the disease. On May the 24th, 1988, at the convention in Philadelphia, balloons dropped from the ceiling and we declared polio eradicated. We were so wrong. We thought we had completed the last step and we had no idea it was the first. I was on the floor of that convention as the balloons came down and we were shaking hands, patting each other on the back saying, we have done it. But what we have done in the eradication of polio since that time is pretty well known to most of you and perhaps better told by others than me. So I'm going to focus on a completely different part of our story. Our effort to eliminate one disease has changed how Rotary does its business, changed how our children are vaccinated globally. It's empowered other organizations to dream, and it's affected our members in a way we never anticipated. It taught us that to achieve our goals, our place is at a table with partners. So Rotary has created one of the strongest public-private partnerships ever, then or now. In fact, to achieve our goal, we needed to have others be a part of it. And those others were the World Health Organization, UNICEF, the Centers for Disease Control, the governments of the world, and most recently, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And so Rotary sits at the table of the Global Polio Eradication Initiative as the collective conscience of our cause. As we embarked on this journey, we realized that we could affect more than polio as we immunized the children. And so our effort was appropriately named Polio Plus. The plus, well, those were measles, tuberculosis, diphtheria, whooping cough, and tetanus vaccines. But quickly, other vaccines were added to the mix. Vitamin A supplements were added, ringworm, or anything else that the local health department identified as new or needed for their population. When we started this job, we thought our sole effort was simply to raise funds. But what we came to learn is that we needed to put in place an infrastructure that had never existed before, with new equipment for transporting and storing vaccines to make it easier to combat infectious diseases in developing areas, and to create an enormous network of laboratories and health clinics that could monitor polio eradication and could also be used to monitor the spread of other diseases. You may recall hearing in 2014 how one of those labs in Lagos, Nigeria, helped to prevent the spread of Ebola in that populated country. In addition, we had to create a cold chain from manufacture to the mouth of a child, where we had to keep the polio vaccine at near freezing temperatures to maintain its efficacy, from the manufacturer to the field cold rooms, to the refrigerators in the field, to cold boxes, to the vaccine carrier, and then finally into the mouth of a child. You see, in the field, when you open this box with the polio vaccine that's in it, it's common to see other life-saving vaccines sharing the same space. But well beyond that, our effort did not go unnoticed. Others watched us and decided they could do something too. And I learned this by an experience I had when I was out doing polio eradication in Côte d'Ivoire, in the Ivory Coast, in the city of Abidjan. Our group was standing in the lobby of the hotel waiting for the local Rotarians to come pick us up for our day's activity of giving out the vaccines. And I looked over and I saw a white cleric, a young lady who was sitting in the lobby, clearly an American. So I walked over in my Rotary shirt and introduced myself and said, "So what are you doing here?" And she said, "Well, we're here to distribute mosquito bed nets to mothers and small children to prevent malaria." And I said, "Well, I only see you. How many of you are there?" She said, 23. "I'm going to go to the airport tonight and pick them up." "Oh, okay, all right. Well, how long are you going to be in the country?" 10 days. "Oh, wow, that's great. And how many mosquito bed nets are you going to give away?" And she said, 800,000. And I looked at her and said, "How do you expect to give away 800,000 mosquito bed nets in 10 days with just 23 people?" And she reached over and grabbed the sleeve of my shirt where the Rotary wheel was on the shirt and said, "We saw what you were doing and we're just copying you." We inspired another organization to believe they could do something big. And all we thought we were doing was raising money to eradicate a disease. But beyond all of these effects, I've observed something that's even more fundamental and profound than organizational or structural changes. It's personal empowerment. So if you will allow me to tell you a personal story of my own involvement in this process that revealed to me the unintended consequences of polio. In 1998, our district raised $175,000 in 6 weeks to support a national immunization day in Ghana, West Africa. And the district governor of my district asked me as a tour operator to organize a trip. It was the first time that many of us had had the chance to look into the eyes of a child whose life we were about to change. So we joined with others to immunize 5 million children over one weekend. And we went door to door to give out that vaccine. And during the time that we were there, we visited projects of the local Rotary clubs, and we heard stories of what they were doing. This was one story of these two gentlemen. The gentleman wearing the Rotary shirt, Rotarian obviously, by the name of Dan Berko. And he was telling the story of how the two of these gentlemen were out in their field hiking up. And as they were hiking, the gentleman in the blue shirt put his hand on a rock and he was bitten by a snake. Before Dan, who was a doctor, could take a look at the wound, the gentleman had pulled out a knife and had cut off the tip of his finger because they were in a village 2 hours outside of the main city of Accra. And he realized that by the time he could get from that rock to the roadside to catch the trotro that would take them into Accra, and the 2 hour journey, by the time he could get to healthcare, he could be dead. In fact, this village of 50,000 had no healthcare. The only thing that resembled it was this room. This was the delivery room for the children of the village. And yes, that stick is holding up the ceiling. And so the local Rotarians asked me to help them try and provide a clinic for that village, to raise money. And I did what any human being would do in that circumstance when asked to help raise $50,000. I said, I don't know how to do that. I can't. I'll get my club, I'm sure I'll give you a couple thousand. And over 2 days, he was able to convince me that through the Rotary Foundation, you could do it and pretty easily. And so we did. We embarked on raising the funds and helping them to outfit this clinic. And so we returned, we came back, and there we were being able to cut the ribbon. But more important than that, where there used to be an open field, people were now receiving preventative health cares, and no one needed to cut off the tip of their finger for a snake bite. To see this was just a remarkable feeling of ability. So we came out in front of the village, or excuse me, in front of the clinic, there was a big square of people. And so we paid our respects to the chiefs. There were drummers drumming. There were kids marching. There were kids marching. Let's just say there were a whole lot of kids attending this thing. They came out and blessed the land and respected their elders. And then things got pretty weird as they walked out with a robe and started to put me in this robe. And in fact, what they were doing was instilling me as a chief in the local tribe. Now, before you decide you know what that means, I am sitting here being installed as the chief. The gentleman in front of me is having me stand up and sit down on my throne, the stool. And in fact, what was going on that I didn't know was a gentleman would be standing behind me, about 3 feet behind me, with a sawed-off shotgun, which he fired without any announcement. It was at that moment I was a little bit concerned for the health of my robe. And there I sit, wondering how I ever wound up being in the middle of all this when all I was doing was just trying to help a friend through the Rotary Foundation. And I've been back to Ghana many times, and they greet me as a chief, and I wear my robes. I'm the one in the middle. And I sit here, and yes, I know why I sit here. They want me there because I have the ability to help make their community better. And I'm completely okay with that. I have the opportunity to make the lives of someone else better and have a life experience I never thought I would. But even beyond this experience, there was one even better. When my 11-year-old son, Evan, and 7-year-old daughter, Blair, joined us to give out drops. Here is Blair as a 7-year-old giving out 2 drops to a child just 2 years her younger. Not only did they have a chance to give out the drops, they also had a chance to see what happened to those that didn't receive the drops. And what it did is it made them a Rotarian, without pin, without club, but that person standing in front of me there is every bit as much a Rotarian as you or I. And it suddenly made me recognize what the Rotary Foundation had done for my life. Now, when I talk to my kids about Africa, they don't see it as a place that's over there. They see it as a place where they have families, where there are aunts and uncles and brothers and sisters and people that they see as part of them. Now, over the past 23 years, I've had a chance to lead 34 such trips and be able to take more than 1,600 Rotarians to participate in the eradication of polio. Taking these trips have allowed us to leave the comfort of our weekly meetings, to travel to places we never would have gone, to do things we never imagined we could. But what's truly remarkable was not what the polio immunizations did on these people. It was observing the conditions in which they were giving out these drops and responding to the need, where they started to recognize that they had the ability to do something that they couldn't do on their own, where they'd walk in to a village and see the conditions of the village and then start to realize that that creek is not fresh water. It's in fact sewage. Or to recognize the conditions in which children are living. But because of enabling qualities of the Rotary Foundation, we had the ability to address and perhaps prevent diseases or affect maternal and child health, to provide clean water and better sanitation, to transform schools from a place of holding children to a place of the future, to help people live better and more productive lives, and to move the needle on peace. Rotary is eradicating polio, but its legacy may be more in how we change our organization, change global health care, change our clubs, but perhaps most importantly, have changed the perception of what our Rotarians can do. We gave them the ability to dream and the tools to enable those dreams to become reality. So these are what I have seen as the unintentional effects of the polio odyssey and the gift that the Rotary Foundation gives to each and every Rotarian. And for your engagement and the support of not just polio, but our foundation, we offer you the same opportunity for these dreams. Thank you for letting me join you, and congratulations on a wonderful event.
Thank you, Brad, for attending today and sharing your experience with us. Now I'd like to introduce Belinda Dagyao, our District Polio Plus Chair.
Happy District Conference. I'm Belinda Dagyao, and I am your District Polio Chair. I want to thank all of you right off the bat for all of your enthusiasm and your participation in all of our fundraisers. I like to call them fundraisers because the idea is to have a lot of fun. So let me give you a little rundown of what we have coming, and hopefully you'll be able to participate again. So previously we had a shelter-in-place run, ride, walk, and I like to do the run, ride, walk to be inclusionary of everybody's abilities. And it was a run, ride, walk to end polio. And it was shelter in place, and you would ride your stationary equipment at home. And we're plotting and planning on doing that again because we had so much fun, and possibly a hybrid situation as COVID improves, our situation with COVID improves. And so look forward to seeing that. And also right now we have a Polio Plus Society membership going along, which is an annual. You can sign up to be a Polio Plus Society member. It's an annual $100 contribution, and you'll receive a certificate from me once you sign up, and an exclusive Polio Plus Society membership pin. Only those that are Polio Plus Society members receive that pin, and you could sport that proudly on your lapel. The great thing about that is that wherever we end this year, as far as a Polio Plus Society membership, is our beginning point for next year. So we'll be miles ahead already next year because it is an annual situation. And we're at 86 right now, so that's right now we've raised $8,600 on that. The run, ride, walk was almost 8,000, and of course we have to calculate in Bill Gates's 2-to-1 match, so that's the ride was almost 24,000, and our Polio Plus Society membership is doing quite well. I'd like to get to 100 before the end of the year, which will give us 10,000. We've raised, and with Bill Gates's 2-to-1 match gives us 30,000. So that's a really great opportunity to get a great return on your investment. Also, at the moment, we have our End Polio Now scratch-off tickets. All kinds of different prizes you could win. And you could win a mask, an End Polio Now mask, or socks. The socks are a lot of fun. Pins and bracelets, hat, shirt, and we still have we're still waiting for someone to win the Paul Harris and to win a $500 gift card to Russell Hampton to buy all your polio stuff or Rotary stuff. I'm also going to be sending out a movie, DVD, to all the Rotary Club presidents, in hopes that you'll have a movie night. And this is a great movie. I've shown it several times, gotten great reviews on it. It's chock full of eye-opening information about the beginning of how Rotary became the face and the boots on the ground for polio eradication. And we are so close, we've come a long way and we're so close. This year, as of today's date, this year we've only had 2 new cases of polio. This time last year we had 39. So we're making huge, huge strides. We're doing so well, and it's all because of you. And then of course we're going to have a day-long district-wide Zumbathon in hopes to get our Rotaracts and our interactors really deeply involved in that. That's something they usually tend to have a lot of fun with. Anybody is welcome to participate. Some of us seasoned Rotarians, might choose to cheer them on, as in me. And then I'm looking forward to doing a Pinot for Polio. It'll be a district-wide wine tasting at our local wineries. We'll implore several wineries in near all of our clubs that we can participate in. The great thing about that is that most wineries have beautiful outdoor venues that we can social distance and we can follow all COVID protocol. And it's beautiful. Enjoy some wine, fellowship. And by doing so, we're also putting a little money back into our local economy, which is greatly needed. So I'm looking forward to hopefully meeting you all again soon. And like all of the rest of you, I'm looking forward to the mother of all parties, the parties of all party, the polio kickout party. But it's going to take all of us to continue to work to get there. So I appreciate your continued participation. And I'm again looking forward to the end. So again, have a great time here at the district conference. Wear your mask, stay safe and healthy, get your vaccines, and by all means, have a great time. Thank you again.
Thank you, Belinda. That was very informative. And again, please support our district efforts for Polio Plus. So it's time to give away some prizes. And you're probably going to ask me what the prizes are. And if you're a winner, just watch the mail because all kinds of cool swag is coming your way. Anyway, I'm going to pull four names out of this bucket today, and they're all in here. So you can see that everybody that registered has their name in here. And I'll just pull them instead of doing this. And let's see. The first name is Betty Lusk. We'll hold on to that. And then this one is Diana Gamecho. And let's see here, how about this one? Leslie Bodos. And one more. Aiken Atia.
Oh.
So those are the 4 for this. We're going to show you a cool little video, break video, and then we're going to go and take a 10-minute break. So take a break, go get another cup of coffee, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Our Rotary youth are inspiring, and we've put together some great videos that we hope you will enjoy.
For its first 50 years, Rotary was pretty much an organization for adults. But in the 60s, the times began to change. Kids like me were taking a stand, speaking out, and getting involved. Rotary wanted to unite young leaders and guide their energy towards service, and so Interact was born. Today, Rotary clubs sponsor more than 15,000 Interact clubs in 142 countries. Interactors serve by volunteering in our communities and reaching out to others in need. We connect in our clubs and build friendships around the world. And we lead by developing opportunities for the future. Interact has been changing the world for 50 years. We're the next generation of leaders. Are you ready to join us?
Hi, I'm practicing my superhero jump for the District 5230 District Conference. Hi, everybody. Oh, I can see so many great faces there. Joy, I see Joy. Congratulations, you've had a wonderful year. We're so proud of you. I'm here today to talk about everything Interact. My name is Becky Moser. I'm a proud member of the Rotary Club of Clovis and your District 5230 District Governor nominee and Interact Chair since 2018. And I'm here today with my good friend Mo Osman, who is video camera extraordinaire and also the president of Central Valley Passport Rotary. And I want Mo to say hi to all the folks at home. Come on, Mo. Hi. Oh, don't trip.
Hi.
Hi, there's Mo. We love Mo. Thank you so much. At the start of this presentation, we showed you a Rotary International video regarding Interact. Interact has always been focused on youth, and originally it was a club for boys. But after several years, and this was in the 60s, mind you, they started inviting girls. Do you think Rotary had something in mind? In District 5230, we have 50 Interact clubs. Did she say 50? Yes, we have 50 Interact clubs, and we couldn't do it without our Rotary clubs sponsoring them so that they instill the values of Rotary and community service into our youth. So thank you for sponsoring Interact. Just like all of us, Interact has faced some challenges during this lockdown and pandemic time. Many of them have jumped right into Zoom meetings and social distance service projects, while others haven't been able to do as much based on their school's restrictions. But our Interactors are there and ready to go as soon as we're all able to get out again. So we've put together some great videos for you to see about what our Interactors have been up to over the last several years. So we're going to start with some videos that highlight entries to our Rotary International Video Awards for Interact, service project overviews, and even membership drives. So our kids have been really busy, and they love videos, whether it's TikTok. That's not TikTok, but it's the floss. But anyways, whether it's TikTok or YouTube, our kids are great at making videos. So let's look at some of the things they've done over the year before the pandemic.
She's extremely passionate about helping people that couldn't afford their own health care. Even before she was diagnosed with breast cancer, it was all about educating. She's big on education, teaching people who didn't have access to health care how they could get access to health care. Not just breast cancer, but everything. Just like
These are our 10 favorite things about Interact Club.
Meeting new people and building unforgettable relationships.
The club teaches us to be self-reliant while still effectively communicating with others.
I love the pride that comes with being in such a great club.
Rakastan mahdollisuuksia, jotka vaihto-oppilasohjelma tarjoaa minulle.
I love the opportunities I receive from being in Interact. I love working with my peers to better the community.
I appreciate the networking opportunities offered through Interact Club.
I love being able to make connections with the peers and adults in my community.
I love working together as a team to help better the community. It teaches me to take initiative and be a leader.
My name is Lina Contreras. I'm the librarian at Redwood High School and the Interact Club advisor. I'm a Rotarian, and for many years I was interested in becoming the advisor of the Interact Club, and now it's like a dream come true. This year I'm the new advisor for the Interact Club at Redwood High School, and it's my passion to inspire students to continue the legacy of Rotary.
Sierra, what is your role in Interact?
I am the treasurer of Interact. I have to take care of all the finances and see how much money we have in the account for future events that we plan to do.
Kelly and Henry, what are your guys' roles and duty in Interact?
So I'm the service project committee, so I have to talk with my advisor and just see what events we have to do in order to make our club as successful as possible.
I'm the sergeant at arms. Basically, it's a service project, but I help interaction with the kids around schools, and I greet people in at the meeting.
So Josh, tell me about a few of your guys' projects.
We've helped out elementary schools to help out with their carnivals. We've also hosted our own polio event called A Mile of Dollar Bills to End Polio. With that, we've raised over $2,000. We've also helped out with the Breakfast Rotary's Impact a Life event. And there we help them with their auction and raising money. And currently we are working on our food drive. We've teamed up with a Blaze Club, Avid, and XL. And with that, we're collecting canned foods for the holidays that are coming up.
Interact is an organization sponsored by Rotary International and is a global organization composed of students from 12 to 18 years old.
See how creative our interactors have been during the pandemic. They've learned how to have Zoom meetings and social distance during service projects. So let's take a look at what's happened so far this year.
Hi, my name is Carissima, and I'm the president of the Interact Club, and it's my job to inform you about what we do as a club. First of all, our motto is service above self, as in we love to help our community in any way we can. And we also get help from fellow schools such as ours, which they've helped us branch off as our own club. The first thing we've done was host a Monster Mash Polio Bash. I'm pretty sure you guys heard of it because we've hosted it at the school at Rancho. And what we did was each member hosted a game for little kids who came in and had a lot of fun. I'm happy to introduce the rest of our officers as well as our advisor known as Ms. Avila, also known as a Spanish teacher on campus.
Hi, my name is Marisol. I am Vice President of the Interact Club. Just as our President Carissima has mentioned, we have teamed up with Alvarez to raise breast cancer awareness for Wendy Baker Day at Alvarez.
Hey guys, I'm Trisha Patel, this year's Interact Club Secretary. I decided to join Interact Club this year and last year because I wanted to help my community, and this is a great way to do that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly, and I am the treasurer of the Interact Club. I joined Interact Club because I want to interact more with my community.
Hi everyone, my name is Kayla Martinez and I'm a club member of Interact Club. The reason as to why I joined Interact is because I like helping out the community as much as I can, and Interact Club is definitely the way to go.
Hey, my name is Mateo, a member of the Interact Club. I highly suggest you and your friends join. It's a super fun club and you'll be able to meet new people, promote our school, as well as help run events that will help support our community.
On it, I want this forever. I swear I could spend whatever on it. Cause she hold me down every time I hit her up. When I get right, I promise that we gon' live it up. She made me beg for it till she give it up. And I say the same thing every single time. I say you best.
everyone, we are the Stevenson Interact Club, which was founded by our current club leaders on November 2019. We are sponsored by the Carmel Sunset and Monterey Cannery Row Rotary Clubs and are honored to provide Stevenson students with amazing service opportunities while staying connected with Rotary. For our first project, we worked with Ige Karanjak and her team to collect art supplies and donate them to a Syrian refugee school.
Hello, my name is Michael DeBisi. I'm a senior at North Salinas High School and president of our Interact Club. Firstly, I want to say thank you to the Santa Lucia Rotary for sponsoring us for yet another year. While this year we were physically separated, the members of my club feel as though we were united in mind and spirit as we continued the good work of serving our community above ourselves at a time when our service could not be more needed. I also want to thank our incredible advisor, Ms. Mears. We truly wouldn't be able to tell heads from tails without her and feel so very lucky to have her generous help and support each and every day. Lastly, I want to thank the incredible members of the Santa Lucia Rotary Club. I've made some incredible friends in many of them, and I'm so proud of the work that they've done over the period of the last year. And of course, I'd like to thank all of you amazing Rotarians who make our district strong and make the world a better place just by getting up every morning. To all of you, I offer my most sincere thanks. Like I'm sure all of us here today are, I'm glad this spring has finally sprung. The birds sing their song again as the trees grow their leaves of green. We welcome the season's crisp air, longer days, and warm temperatures, as well as the occasional rainstorm, because we know that April showers bring May flowers. But with all the pleasures and delights of spring, I, as a senior, get the added bonus of graduating. Now, in anticipation of graduation, I've been reflecting on my time in high school, and especially on my time in this city and in Interact. I first joined Interact 2 years ago as a new kid moving to the small town of Salinas, eager to find a way to get involved at my new school. I remember going to the first meeting of the year and the room being absolutely packed. Wall to wall, there were students who were just as excited as I was about the chance to work with this club. I had to stand with only one foot in the classroom as I listened to our club president talk about what Interact was, what it stood for, and what our particular club hoped to achieve in the next year. It was then at that meeting that I first heard the phrase that forever changed my life and gave it meaning: service above self. Those words, which guide the lives and work of every Rotarian here with us today and every Rotarian around the world, hold special meaning to me now as president of my club. Together, we lifted the voices of voters across the country during a pivotal election season through our voter letter writing campaign in the fall. Through the winter, we supported families going through tough times over the holidays with gifts and donations. We shared our love with young patients battling cancer on Valentine's Day and raised money for COVID relief in our state earlier this spring, all while continuing the work all year long of supporting other groups doing important work during these interesting times. Now, I can't say that this work has been easy. COVID forced us to stay home, isolated us from the people we love and care about, and made school much more difficult for many of us. But we did all this by holding true to the essential values of Interact and Rotary, to serve others without regard for oneself. We could not have been able to do this work without that mindset, and we, the members of the North Salinas Interact Club, as well as the thousands of people whose lives have been touched by our work, are incredibly grateful for it. We're grateful for you. Even today, as I prepare to begin the next major chapter of my life as a college student, the lessons I learned through my experience with Rotary stay with me, and they guide my every decision. Just last week, I had the awesome privilege of committing to Yale University, a school founded in 1701 on the values of intellectual curiosity and service to humanity, evidenced by the school's 257-year-old motto, Lux et Veritas, Latin for light and truth. We're expected to graduate and become the servant leaders of society, bringing truth and light to the world. But little do the admissions officers at Yale know that I've already received that education right here at North High through my time with Interact. I'm grateful for what my time in Interact has given me, because I believe it's made me into the person I am today. And as we look forward to the next year of service to our many communities, let us hope that we can inspire other youth in a world plagued with self-interest to also put service above self.
Greetings, District 5230. My name is Daniel Enriquez from the Rotary Club of Tulare Sunrise. I am the current chair of Rotary Youth Exchange for our district. At this time, Rotary International has decided to suspend Rotary Youth Exchange till the Rotary year of 2022-2023. This fall, our team will start recruiting.
Hello, Rotarians. Bruce Kleckner, our RILA program for Camp Royal. On the screen, you'll see our dedicated group of counselors and camp directors and facilitators for our Camp Royal program at Sequoia Lake. I really wish we were there to work with you. Unfortunately, the pandemic is going to make it impossible for having an in-person Camp Royal this year again, just like last year. But we weren't going to just sit around and do nothing. So we worked together with a team out of the state of Washington and British Columbia. So we teamed up with districts 5020 and 5030 in the state of Washington around the Seattle area and put together a virtual RILA. It started on the last Sunday of April, this about 40 days ago, and ran through the end of March. Ran on Sunday evenings and Wednesday evening for about an hour on Wednesday and about 3 hours on the weekends. So it was very successful. We had over 100 students in our district sign up, about another 150 or so out of Canada and Washington. And they really enjoyed that experience of getting to meet somebody outside of their own schools and even their area, getting different opinions about things. And we had some really great speakers. We had Dan Diamond, who is a trauma surgeon who was the lead at Katrina and also after the hurricane in Puerto Rico. He talked about his experiences. We had other speakers that talked about leadership in various forms. And we had many workshops. We had a series of videos and online study that the students completed through the week. And overall, they probably put in, if they did everything, probably about 20, 25 hours over the month of March. So very successful program. I think it's something which we'll be glad to go back to the in-person camps. And we look forward to doing that in 2022. So not this June, but hopefully a year from June, we'll be back up at Sequoia Lake and running the Boys and Girls Camps again. So thank you very much for your support and continued support of the RILA program, Camp Royal. Appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jasmine Negrete, and I am the district chair for 5230. So I'm just letting you guys know what the quick update is on past Rotaract members. As this year, Rotaract wasn't as active due to, the pandemic. And overall, I feel like Rotaract will be back in its place once the new school year comes in and members start feeling a bit more comfortable with one another. So I interviewed 5 past members from the CSU Monterey Bay Rotaract Club. I asked them 4 questions. I asked, how many years were you involved in Rotaract? What is your favorite Rotaract Rotary moment? What have you been doing after Rotaract and college? And 4, what advice can you give to current and incoming Rotaract members? And they've all held board positions as well in the CSUMB Rotaract Club. Our first one is Yvonne Pantham. She was in Rotaract for 4 years, and she started her 2nd year in CSUMB. One of her favorite moments was the Big West Conference in Seattle and Arizona. After she finished school and college, she has been doing theater tech and audiovisual work at CSUMB and at Pebble Beach Company. She also does some film work, like editing, graphic design, and filming live events. And her advice for incoming students is to take advantage of networking and opportunities. Also, please make sure you do Rotary for the right reasons. Do it to be involved in your community. I totally agree with that. The second member, his name is Danny Ordaz. He was involved in Rotaract for 2.5 years. One of his favorite moments as a Rotaractor was when we would go volunteer at a shelter in the area, and we would make and give and read the Valentine cards to the elderly. One of his also favorite moments was the conference in Seattle and having the opportunity to meet and network with young individuals with the same passion and drive to volunteer and serve the community. Once he graduated, he has been working at a nonprofit organization based out of Salinas as a marketing and communications and outreach specialist. And his piece of advice would be to give back to the community expecting nothing. In return, as a change and leadership come from within. Our third member is Amber Garcia. She was involved in Rotaract for 4 years, as well as at CSUMB. Her favorite Rotaract memory was being part of the board committee, as she was one of the social chairs. She had a lot of fun planning the activities as our murder mystery party. We would do that every December. She also graduated and parted her ways from the other members at CSUMB. She immersed herself within the mental health field as she gained experience working with high-risk foster, probation, and homeless youth in Monterey Bay. She is currently working on her master's in counseling at Sacramento State. And her piece of advice would be to truly involve yourself in this club as much as possible. The genuine connections you make with these individuals can be lifelong, as you may refer to them as family. It is worthwhile and the best memories you can look back on as you serve surrounding the community. Our next member is Francesca Marietti. She was involved with Rotaract for 4 years, and she was on the board for 2. She doesn't have an exact Rotaract moment, but she did like spending time meeting up with all of us before dawn and helping others within the community. It was fun connecting with people who are like-minded and service-oriented people from all majors at CSU MB. After graduating, she is at a full-time position at CASA of Monterey County, and she's been with them since February 2018. Aside from being a staff member, she is also an advocate, and she is also a volunteer wish granter with the Greater Bay Area Make-A-Wish chapter, and she has fostered a few dogs with peace of mind. Her advice is to follow your passions. Don't be afraid to go out of your comfort zone. This club is made up of caring people and is a safe place with lots of connections and professionals who want to see you grow, so don't hesitate to reach out. Francesca's correct. There was a mentorship program at CSU-MB with the Monterey Club, and it was one of the best moments that I also had. A few of us did it, and it would be a great program to continue at CSU Monterey Bay. And then the last member is Avneel Singh. He was in Rotaract for 4 years. It took him a while to figure out what member he liked best. But he really loves basketball. And when we had one of our community service events with the special needs students at CSU MB, he loved it so much, seeing their enthusiasm for the game and seeing their bright spirits. It just made him feel so good inside, as well as the conferences. He has been to the Seattle one, Berkeley, and San Diego. In the picture to the right, we are at the conference in Seattle, and we're just going around mingling with others. After graduating, he is teaching. He got his teacher credentials at Stan State and is now a 7th grade English teacher. His advice for incoming members is to join Rotaract. That's where it's at. We do community service, social events, and other fun stuff like that. I actually don't know the jingle, but I'll ask next time. He and one of the other Rotaract members made up this jingle so people would come to the Otter Showcase and join the club. You will walk out of every event that you volunteered with a smile, is what he believes. And being a part of this club has taught him that it feels so great to go out there from time to time to help others out. This club helps you grow as an individual. And so that is an update from past Rotaract members, and I really do hope that this can reach out to incoming and
Thank you so much to all our Rotaract, Interact, Camp Royal, and Youth Exchange programs for developing our youth. So next, you're in for a real treat. We have Dr. Sylvia Whitlock, who is the first woman to serve as club president. Dr. Whitlock will share the historical story of women, how women were finally accepted into Rotary. Enjoy.
Morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. And I'm going to talk with you a little bit today about how women got off the edge of tomorrow and actually came into Rotary. We're talking about a tomorrow when we will see polio eradicated from the world. You know, it's only in two places now, Pakistan, where they're having some problems, and Afghanistan, where they're having bigger problems. However, there will be a day when polio will be eradicated, just as the coronavirus will. So, more than 35 years ago, women tried to become members of Rotary so they could do the good work that's being done. Well, wasn't as easy as all of that. I went to work in a school district in Duarte. That's a little town near Pasadena, you know, where the Rose Parade comes from, most New Year's days. And I was interested in the kind of community that there was. So I made an appointment to talk with my superintendent to find out what kind of community support there was. And he said to me, you don't need to worry about this because we have a Rotary club here. Rotary takes care of everything. Well, you know, I had never heard of Rotary. What I knew about Rotary then could have been loosely written on the head of a pin. I knew about Kiwanis, you know, I knew Kiwanis means waiting to get into Rotary. That's a joke from Kiwanis. However, the problem with Rotary was that there were no women in Rotary. And Dr. Key said, hey, we need these principals here to be Rotarians. They're all manager types, and that's what Rotary had at the time, manager types. Well, he went to the district governor. The governor said, you go right ahead and invite them. When you register them with International, just make sure you don't use their first names, just use initials. So if you say S. Whitlock, you know, that could be Stephen Whitlock. Or M. Elliott, that could be Michael Elliott. But we won't use the full name. Well, that's what dictated, and he registered us duly as Rotarians. And things went along swimmingly, we thought, until we had our 25th anniversary party. And of course, Rotary sends representatives to help club celebrate. And the representatives came to Duarte, and of course, they were introduced to the Rotarians in the club, and they were astounded. They said, we don't have women in Rotary. And somebody said, this club does. Well, they stayed until the end of the party, and they went back. And almost by return mail came the notice telling us three things. Women are not allowed in Rotary. Number two, the women need to be asked to leave. Number three, if they don't leave, the club has to stop calling itself a Rotary club. Well, the club took a vote and decided it wouldn't ask the women to leave, but it would ask to appeal to the board of directors. But it was told it couldn't appeal to the board of directors because it wasn't a real Rotary club. And only real Rotary clubs could address the board of directors. Well, it decided it would appeal to the Council on Legislation, which was meeting that year in Tokyo. So a member was chosen to take the issue to Tokyo. But it was an interesting situation because when the issue was presented, It wasn't whether women should be permitted to be members, but it was whether the Rotary Club had violated Rotary bylaws by inviting the women to be members. And of course, the answer was clear. The vote against having the club retain its women was 1,000 to 34. Hey, I met one of those 34 delegates the year that the convention was in Calgary. I was on a train riding into the convention center, and I was sitting across from a gentleman and his wife who were, tagged, Rotary tags, and we were reading each other's tags. And the gentleman said, "Dwighty, isn't that the club that invited women into Rotary?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "I was at the council of legislation and I voted to have women in Rotary. I didn't care what the issue is. I voted to have women in Rotary because I always thought they should be there." And his wife, who was sitting quiet next to him, said, "I didn't think so then, and I don't think so now." And I thought, "Why?" And she said, "Because we have men going out to meetings at night and we don't want them going to meetings with women and all of that." And I said, "You know what? It's not a service. It's not a social club. It's a service club." But she didn't want to have her mind changed. It was made up of, there were a lot of people who felt that way, a lot of women who felt that way. I'll tell you a little bit of information, little known bit of information. In the 1950s in Detroit, a club in India had put an item on the agenda about women. They wanted to change the bylaws, but it was defeated and the club didn't press it. They just went away. But even more interesting, the first Rotary Constitution didn't specify that Rotarians had to be men. It just said persons of good character. But that was a time when there were few women in the workaday world. And because men were the ones engaging in fellowship and business activities, the bylaws just evolved into men of good character. So here we were. We can't call ourselves a Rotary Club. Bill Brooks, one of our members, said, "That's okay. We'll just call ourselves the ex-Rotary Club of Dwighty." See our pin? That next to it is the mouse. We will tell you about the mouse later. We'll just call ourselves the ex-Rotary Club of Dwighty, and we'll continue to meet and we continue to do community stuff. There's no Rotary Club there anymore. So we picked up all the community stuff. And an attorney, a Rotarian attorney from a neighboring club said, "You know what? I bet we can take this to court." So as we prepared to take it to California courts, we gave Rotary notice. And of course, Rotary said, "We don't want it heard in California. We want it heard in federal court because all members of the board or directors are not California." But you see, there had been a precedent in federal court where a New York club had been seeking exclusionary rights for private club membership. The federal court had ruled favorably in their case. And so they wanted to piggyback on that precedent. But the federal court ruled that the case should be heard in a California court. So it was first heard by the California Superior Court, which upheld Rotary's right to expel the club. And so Dwighty appealed. But you have to remember, when we were dealing with this issue of women in Rotary, we were looking at this as a membership issue. The larger world looked at it, rightly so, as a civil rights issue. And so Dwighty appealed. And of course, they were helped by the ACLU, who recognized the civil rights legislation involved in this. And of course, the Seattle Five, another club that had been trying to get women into Rotary. And so Sanford Smith thought, well, okay, so this is what we'll do. This is what we'll do. There is a law in California called the Unruh Act that bans discrimination in public accommodation. And Rotary was deemed to be a public accommodation because of its classification system and the fact that 80% of its members had their dues paid by their employers. And so we're going to use Rotary as public accommodation. And on that basis, he appealed to the California Appellate Court, and the club saw that the Superior Court's ruling was reversed by the California Appellate Court. But Rotary wasn't sitting still on this. Rotary had discarded the thought, service above self. And they were interested in self above service then at the time, and no woman included in those selves. So they immediately appealed to the California Supreme Court. But that Supreme Court refused to hear the case, essentially affirming the decision of the appellate court. But now this decision was incumbent on all California Rotary clubs, but only California. And so we moved on. And of course, things had changed slowly. That's the year I was coming in as our president-elect. And so I was sent the same invitation sent to the other people. I got the postcard telling me where pets would be held and advising me to bring my coat and tie because directory pictures would be taken. So, you know, at that meeting in my coat and tie, I was the only woman there with 290 men. But the nicest thing about that proportion was that when it was during restroom breaks, oops, long lines outside the men's restroom. And I could kind of just sashay past. This was 30 years ago, and I could sashay. There wasn't even one female speaker, but most of the men were cordial and friendly. And at the section on Rotary International, I heard our incoming governor discuss the case and tell us that Rotary International will appeal to the United States Supreme Court. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He said it's just the case of the mouse that roared. So, you know, I went back to Duarte. We made new banners. Rotary, ex-Rotary Club of Duarte, the mouse that roared. And of course, we have a mouse pin. And they did appeal to the United States Supreme Court. And the court did take the case. RI's argument was that the ruling violated their First Amendment's right of association. But on May the 4th, 1987, the court found that considering the size, purpose, selectivity, and exclusivity of Rotary's membership, the relationship among the club's members was not of the intimate or private variety which warranted First Amendment protection. So Justice Powell argued, he was writing for the unanimous court. Sandra Day O'Connor didn't vote because her husband was a Rotarian. Justice Powell argued that many of Rotary's activities, including their meetings, are conducted in the presence of strangers. And because women members would not prevent the club from carrying out its purposes, there was no violation of association. Furthermore, he said, big furthermore, even if there were a slight encroachment on the rights of Rotarians to associate, that minimal infringement would be justified since it serves the state's compelling interest in ending sexual discrimination. There it was. And the decision was now incumbent on all USA clubs. And there was a lot that went on right after that. But the important thing that went on right after that is that 2 years later, following an impassioned speech by Frank Devlin, the Council on Legislation voted to accept women members into Rotary. Now, maybe 27% of the members in the world are women, and maybe 32% or more in the USA are women. And that was the beginning of my journey. The opportunity to serve in an ever-shrinking world, the opportunity to meet men and women who can see an articulated need and its solution, no matter how difficult the way or how meager the resources. Past President Matriarch said, women serve alongside men in every segment of life, in education, in medicine, in warehouses, and in construction. Why not in Rotary? And that's the story, and I'll tell you the rest of it sometime when you have time. Thank you very much.
Wow, was that something else? So now you know the story. We had a little bit of a video glitch a little bit earlier with our youth program, so we're going to go back and play some of that video that we lost. And so please remain with us while we regroup a little bit. And then right after those video clips, we'll be moving on to the Robert Papachica Jazz Trio for some entertainment right before lunch. So we hope you enjoy that. Once the video's over, the band will begin to play, and then we'll see everybody back after the lunch break at 1 p.m. Okay.
Known as Read Across America Day, we partnered with United Way and had interactors digitally read to several preschoolers in the Monterey County area through Zoom. These preschools included Vista Verde, Delray Woods, and Mary Chappa Preschool, and we were so happy to connect with these kids amidst the pandemic.
The King City High School Interact Club is looking to make their mark on campus by creating the school's first student-painted mural. Planning the project months ago, it was put on hold due to the pandemic, but today, students and local artists gathered to make a difference in the world.
The theme was to make a difference, and I actually went and I looked at King City yearbooks, the King City High School website, to make sure that all the images and the faces I was using were someone who would go here. Because King City has a very diverse population, so I wanted to make sure they could see themselves in the mural.
Jennifer Hargrove is the lead artist on the King City High School mural project that was put together by students of the Interact Club.
In high school, we're really building the foundation of how we're going to change the world, how we're going to make a difference. So just kind of walking down the halls and, maybe feeling low, you could see like the whole purpose here is to make a difference in the world.
Having just graduated, Wagner says her class didn't get to experience the end of senior year, adding this mural is their way of leaving behind a legacy. She hopes this painting will inspire others.
They can see it and realize that even if there's a whole pandemic going on, even if it's a lot harder to go through everyday like school things, they could realize and see that they still have a purpose, and that even if they don't know it yet, they can still make a difference.
Also an alumni, Hannah Sturkey says many students would joke about the school's bare walls and is grateful to be covering them up with something a little brighter.
We're starting a movement here. I feel like this will be the first big one, and after that, we'll pave the way for some other students to come in and share their talent. Really make the school their own, rather than just some white walls.
And through donations and fundraising, the group was able to get $4,000 to $5,000 for the project. The mural is scheduled to be completed by August 1st.
Amazing, our interactors in action. If you don't have an Interact Club, why don't you give me a call? You'll never regret it.
Greetings, District 5230. My name is Daniel Enriquez from the Rotary Club of Tulare Sunrise. I am the current chair of Rotary Youth Exchange for our district. At this time, Rotary International has decided to suspend Rotary Youth Exchange till the Rotary year of 2022-2023. This fall, our team will start recruiting students to go abroad during that time. We hope your club will consider joining us in our endeavors to bring back Rotary Youth Exchange stronger than ever in our district. We have reached out to some former students so they can give you an update of how this year abroad has impacted their lives. We hope you enjoy these updates.
Hello everyone at District 5230. My name is Rebecca Mendoza and I'm actually sending you this message from the north of England in York. I first became involved in Rotary when I was a youth exchange student to Brazil in 2004 and 2005, and I was sponsored by Salinas Steinbeck Rotary Club, which is in my hometown of Salinas. And since then I've been involved in Rotary in all sorts of ways. As most exchange students will say, the year that you go abroad is, as part of an exchange at such a young age, is one of the most important years of your lives, and it really does make a huge impact on each of us in different ways. And so a bit of my journey after that, I went to UCLA, where I wanted to continue studying Portuguese and Spanish. So I studied Spanish and Portuguese, as well as international development, so I could help make sense of the world around me. And it was there as well that I joined into Rotaract. I did do some study abroad programs while at uni, and afterward continued my travels and went to Taiwan to teach English because I needed money. And while I was there is when I started thinking about my master's program and what I wanted to do. And I applied for what was then called the Ambassadorial Scholarship. And I got so much support from Steinbeck Rotarians. And I eventually did end up getting that scholarship, which then led me to come to York, where I still am today. So I got a master's in public administration with a focus in international development. And shortly after that, met my now husband and then got involved in sort of the tech industry here and been doing that for 6 years. And in that time as well, I became, since 2015, I've been a Rotarian here in York with the Rotary Club of York, and have been involved in lots of different projects in different ways. And I just want to thank everyone so much for the programs that you sponsor, for the youth programs, for everything that you have done for young people, because I've been able to benefit not only from Youth Exchange, but from the Ambassadorial Scholarship. And that thank you goes out to the district, and especially out to Selena Steinbeck, who's done a lot for me and who's always been there to support me, and who I keep in contact with, and who I'm still to this day have, I'm happy to say I have many friends in the club, and they always welcome me back. So haven't been back in a few years, and coronavirus hasn't made that easy, but hopefully I'll see you all soon. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, District 5230. My name is Selene Rangel, and I was an exchange student in Belgium in the French-speaking part from 2009 to 2010. I was sponsored by the Selena Steinbeck Rotary Club, and I owe a lot to Rotary and to Youth Exchange in particular, because that experience definitely propelled me to the career trajectory that I'm now on. After my exchange, I attended Georgetown University, and I continued studying French and Arabic, which was something that I became interested in while I was an exchange student in Belgium. And after college, I started working in international development, particularly in Francophone Africa and the Middle East. And I've mostly worked on education projects funded by the United States Agency for International Development. And I think a lot of the cultural sensitivity and language skills that I started learning when I was an exchange student, have been building up over the years. And they have informed the way that I work with different people in different countries. So I definitely owe a lot to that experience, from an early age. I want to thank the district for everything they do for youth exchange students, both inbounds and outbounds. To the Selena Steinbeck Rotary Club for sponsoring me over 10 years ago now. And to Melissa Mears, who was super influential and convincing my dad to let me go to Georgetown, out of state, out of California. And yeah, for just being a family friend ever since. So thank you again, and have a nice conference.
E aí, tudo bem, galera? Hi, District 5230. My name is Micah Mercado, and I was an exchange student to Feira de Santana, Bahia, Brazil, from 2012 to 2013. I was sponsored by the Tulare Noon Rotary Club and was received by the Rotary Club of Feira de Santana Nova Geração of District 4390. And so currently today I'm an intelligence analyst. And well, prior to exchange, I was bilingual. Exchange became trilingual. Following that, polyglot, so multilingual. A little bit about that was that my exchange experience was very interesting, obviously life-changing. Got the travel bug once I left, and well, one would think, oh, well, your exchange ends when your exchange ends. Well, no, it doesn't. Following this, the moment I arrived, started my undergrad at Cal Poly, and I lived in a building full of Brazilian exchange students. So my language capabilities did not deteriorate, and I do know that in the future, one of two things will happen. One, I'll most likely become a Rotarian, and two, I'll probably host a few exchange students. So thank you again for investing in this program. It's an amazing program, and yeah, até mais. Ciao, ciao, masalema, and bye-bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Quique Martin Arroyo. I was an exchange student
in District 5230 in 2014-2015. I was sponsored there by Monterey County Rotary Club, and back here I was sponsored by District 2203. I'm from Alicante, Spain, and I spent most of my year in Pacific Grove. As you can see in the background, I have my California flag, PG breakers, scarf, Monterey, Highway 1. My life still really impacted by my whole year abroad out there, and I really enjoyed the whole year. I really appreciate everyone who made it possible. Right now, since I came back, I studied a degree of chemistry, and I finished that, and now I'm doing a master's in environmental chemistry. And during this time, I actually got a chance to go back to the US, not to California, but I went to the University of Kentucky to do an internship. And I don't know, my whole life has been really impacted by the year I spent out there. I still keep in touch with people from California. I still talk almost daily with all the other exchange students that were there when I was there. And I mean, of course, my mom, Ilge, I love her, and we talk from time to time, and she's still a great, impactful person in my life. And so, yeah, I'm really appreciative of all the people that made it possible, and yeah, that was my experience there, and I remember it every day in my life, and it was an amazing year. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Mahu. I'm 23 years old and I'm from Argentina. I was an exchange student in Tulare in 2014-2015, which makes it 7 years, and I feel incredibly old because of that. I was hosted by the amazing Rotary Club of Tulare Sunrise, best club ever. And yeah, since then I went to university and I graduated last year with a major in technical scientific translation of both English and Spanish. And I think my exchange had a lot to do with my decision of, what to do with my life or what to study. So yeah, I decided to study the English language because I felt like, I don't know, it was amazing and I just wanted to keep on studying it. So yeah, since then I've been working as a freelance translator, and I've also been working in an American company. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. But yeah, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you and thank the District 5230 and everyone that's involved in it for making us exchange students have the best experience of our lives, and for connecting us with people from all over the world that end up being our best friends for life. I've actually met up with a lot of my exchange student friends, and we're planning on doing a 10-year reunion, which I can't believe I'm saying that, but yeah, 10-year reunion in 2024. So we're planning on coming back to California soon and reuniting again. So yeah, I want to thank everyone for this amazing opportunity, and I hope you're having an amazing day and an amazing conference. Have a good day. Bye bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Julie Brisou, and I was an exchange student in Corcoran in 2014-2015 when I was 15 years old. I come from a city near Paris called Chelles, and I was sponsored for my exchange by the District 1770. It's been now almost 6 years since I came back from my exchange, and I miss it every day. When I moved back to France, I had 2 years of high school left, and then I started university, where I am still studying logistics and purchasing. I am about to start a very important internship for the organization of the Olympic Games of 2024, which are going to be held in Paris. I am so excited to be a part of this journey, and I hope to see a lot of you coming to Paris for the Olympics. Also, I did not forget about the Rotary since my exchange. I am still involved in some Rotarian activities since my dad joined the City Club a couple years after my exchange in California. I am also part of the Rotex Club in my district, where we help in bounds and we organize a couple activities with them in Paris. Now, of course, I plan on coming back to California as soon as I can. I have so many amazing memories of my exchange year that I would love to share with my American friends again. So yeah, I want to take the opportunity of this video to thank again the District 5230 and the Rotary Club of Corcoran and its members for what was the best year of my life. They were so nice and kind to me. They made this year amazing, and I'm so grateful for that. So that's it for me. I wish you all a great district conference, and I hope to see you soon in Paris or in California. Goodbye.
Moi, District 5230. Hi everyone, my name is Emma Frost and I went on exchange in Finland in 2015 and 16 and was hosted by Fig Garden Rotary Club. Right now, I am a month away from finishing my schooling for becoming a teacher. I will have my credential mid-April and I'm hoping to teach math in junior high. My exchange greatly shaped me in so many ways that now, even 5-6 years later, I'm still realizing. I got the privilege of spending my year in Finland, which is one of the countries with the best education, and I did not want to be a teacher when I went to Finland, and when I came home, I discovered how much I appreciated my own education by seeing how people learn differently all over the world, and I pursued a degree in education because of it. I actually also just recently married someone who is from Zimbabwe, and I never thought that my year in exchange would actually come to play in who I ended up marrying and why we're such a good fit. But my time abroad taught me to appreciate difference of perspectives and things like it's not good, it's not bad, it's just different. And marrying someone from a different country definitely needs that sort of perspective, and it has greatly affected our relationship in so many positive ways. And we love to share stories about our places that are special to us, and I understand the idea of having a home away from home. I'm super thankful to Rotary and especially the Fig Garden Rotary Club for sponsoring me and supporting me while I was abroad and when I came home. Finland was such a great experience. I'm still connected to people there in Finland. I'm actually standing here in my kitchen eating granola from Finland, which is my favorite, which was sent to me by one of the friends of mine who lives in Finland for my birthday. So Finland lives on in me, even here in Clovis, and I think about my exchange daily and how much it made a great impact on me and changed my life forever. So thank you, Rotarians. Thank you, Fig Garden Rotary. Thank you, everyone involved. Bye. Moika.
Hi everyone, my name is Melissa Cranio and I went on exchange. Above all else, you know, having a community like Rotary all around the world is so, you know, comforting, especially as a traveler. It doesn't matter where I end up in the world, I know somehow I can find a Rotarian nearby. And I'm so thankful for that. So in terms of future plans, I'm hoping to eventually pursue my master's degree in international relations, international development, diplomacy, something in that area, and go from there. But yeah, overall, I'm not the same, and I'll never will be after having done my exchange. So I'm eternally grateful for every single one of you, and for District 5230, for Tulare Sunrise Rotary Club, for continuing to sponsor students and give them this beautiful opportunity that, you know, really will transform their lives. So with that, muito obrigada. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. This afternoon, we would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Rotary International President nominee Jennifer Jones will be named the International President nominee and will be serving in 2022-2023. I lost the feed.
Thank you and greetings to you all.
That's all right.
It is a joy to be with you here today.
That's okay.
This year
I don't
has
know.
challenged the world in
blanked out.
ways that no one could have anticipated. COVID-19 has changed the way that we work, socialize, and celebrate. And finally,
It's okay.
we're starting to see hope for access to vaccines, hope that once again we can be together in person, and yes, hope, the kind that heals our hearts. We have spent much of the last year coping with what the world has placed before us. President Holger speaks often of the care that we have shown each other and how important it is to recognize our bonds of friendship and service. And I am overjoyed that President-elect Shaker continues to turn the spotlight onto Rotary service at a time when the world needs us most. And yes, there are still challenging times ahead. But the world needs us now more than ever, and Rotarians need each other to stay connected and continue to take action against COVID-19. That is the leadership that is entrusted to each of us as leaders in our great organization, to be brave, to be intentional in our actions. I want to share a story with you about when I served as a club president. I must say, I loved being a club president so much that I really hated sitting down at the end of the year. That year was 2001, and I was one of President Rick King's Regal Eagles. It was also the year that will forever be remembered for the date 9/11. Who will ever forget what happened on that fateful Tuesday? My home club meets on Tuesdays, and around 10 a.m. I started receiving calls and emails asking if our meeting was canceled. Somehow, I knew at that moment that we needed to be together, to be in shared experience. As you likely know, I'm Canadian, and on that day, as the meeting began, we stood facing the American flag and sang the Star-Spangled Banner, their anthem, and wept alongside our friends on the other side of the border. Our speaker on that day was a young Rotary scholar who was heading to study in Poland. We quickly changed the format, and he and I simply sat in front of the club and had a discussion. And he had incredible observations about peace. The love and support for each other and for our American friends was profound. And it's times like these that you truly feel the impact of the family of Rotary. Over the past several months, these are the same kinds of moments that have played out across the globe over and over again. Our ability to look out for each other, to weep together, to pray together, and to protect each other, both physically and mentally. I'm sure that many of you have heard this quote from Maya Angelou. She said, "I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." That is the family of Rotary. I guess what I'm saying is be that person. Be the kind of leader who is brave enough to say and do nice things for your members and their families. They will never forget how you made them feel. And the even greater reward, you will never forget how it made you feel. I want to spend the rest of my time with you talking about something near and dear to my heart, the creation of Rotary moments and Rotary's public image. It used to be that we were encouraged to do our good work quietly and not for recognition. It's really only been the past decade where telling our story has become one of our strategic initiatives. What we've learned is that when we tell our story, like-minded people want to join with us. It's actually one of our greatest membership tools. Who in this virtual room doesn't have an amazing Rotary story? Each and every one of you has experienced the joy of a Rotary moment. It's taking it that next step and understanding that when you share them, you can help to change people's lives. When the simple and the ordinary collide with intention, it can become extraordinary. Rotary provides each of us with a platform, and a powerful one, to help shape how people see our organization. So, what are the stories that you have to tell, and how can you share them? The best way I can express it is that you want to paint a story with your words. It's about putting forward the human face and making that emotional connection. Our lives are rich with content, and your own personal stories are a powerful way to connect with Rotarians. It's about stepping back and looking at situations in your life and appreciating the lessons they provide for you and for others. Then, it's about sharing them. Imagine if we could engage our 1.2 million members as the greatest storytellers of our organization's accomplishments. Everything that we do affects our image and our brand. Quite simply, our ability to tell our stories in a compelling way affects how our organization is perceived. A decade ago, I completed one of the biggest challenges of my life. My husband Nick and I climbed nearly 20,000 feet to reach the top of Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania. It was part personal challenge and part a Rotary fundraiser. It took 5 days to reach the summit. The first in lush forest, the second in thick brush, the third in low scrub, and the fourth day was like landing on the moon, craters and no sign of life. Now, let me explain to you, climbing Kilimanjaro is not a technical climb like Everest. The battle with Kili is altitude, and for me, it was a journey to the depths of positive thinking. By the time that we had arrived at base camp above 15,000 feet, 2 of our team members were exhibiting mild to medium signs of altitude sickness. It begged the question, should we really be doing this? The summit is attempted at midnight, and it takes somewhere between 6 to 7 hours. It's done at this time because the temperature drops to -20 and it freezes the ground so that you can get better traction. Each of the groups that attempts the climb is led by a team of guides, and this is a coveted job because of the precious tips that they receive. Now, this is where the story becomes very personal. As we set out that night with only a miner's light leading the way, I was torn whether to feel exhilarated by the opportunity or terrified by the fact that something could go wrong. It wouldn't be until we reached ground level that we would learn a guide from another team had died and a 22-year-old man from England was in cardiac arrest. Our guides sang Christmas songs in Swahili, and the rhythm of their music helped to create a pace to our steps. Pole pole in Swahili means go slow, and it was the mantra of our climb. You see, the best way to ward off altitude sickness is to stay very well hydrated and to take time to adjust to each level by going slowly. Pole, pole. I must confess that I entered into this climb perhaps a little too lightly and without the full appreciation of the dangers. I suppose I knew them, but I was excited by the adventure and most eager to reach the top of the African continent. It seemed like we had been climbing forever when our guide shared that we were only a quarter of a way to the top. It was also at this point that our water, even insulated, was frozen. It took everything in my being to stay focused and to put one foot in front of the other. Inside, I was questioning why was I on the side of a mountain, and I had to dig really deep to stay positive. I was ready to throw in the towel countless times, but to what end? There was really no easy way out. The last hour was the most difficult and required a lot of rock climbing. It was just as the sun was peaking above the horizon that we reached the top. The sky transitioned from a thick carpet of stars to an orange tapestry of color. I tell you this story because it's about climbing to great heights. And isn't Rotary a story we should be shouting from the top of a mountain? I also see this climb as a metaphor for life and about how we frame the things that are important to us. What are the stories in your own club, in your own district, that help to bring Rotary to life? As a global network of professional business and community volunteers, Rotary is a brand that unites the world. We simply have to climb the mountain and shout a little louder. Each one of you are ambassadors of our great message, and it begins daily by simply wearing your Rotary pin. We see now more than ever that clubs that have great public relations are clubs that are growing. Public relations actually is one of our best progressive tools for membership, both for recruitment and for retention. When we tell our story, like-minded people want to join with us. It makes it so much easier to ask someone to be part of Rotary when they're already aware of who we are and what we're doing. Likewise, there's such a sense of pride that's created within our ranks when we see our stories being told. Members feel good about what they're doing, and in turn, they're buoyed and want to continue doing more. It's a great way to keep our members engaged. If you have gleaned anything in the past few minutes, I hope it's that good public relations is about telling our stories. You may, however, still be asking, how do I do this when I'm not an expert? Well, the first thing you must realize is it's not your job alone. Good public relations is every member's obligation. We're all ambassadors of Rotary. So, how do we showcase what's valuable to us? Not long ago, I was in Chicago visiting my brother. We went shopping one afternoon, and the only thing I wanted to purchase was a gratitude journal. This was a trend a few years ago where you would write down 3 things a day that you were grateful for. The premise being that it would help to manifest the power of positive thinking. I thought this was a good thing. We were in a lovely little boutique when I found my book. Very quietly, I said to my husband, I said, Nick, this is my gratitude journal. I looked around a little bit more and then I went up to the counter to pay. I watched as the clerk went down to one end of the counter and took out this beautiful tissue paper and carefully wrapped the book. He then went to the other end of the counter where he found a blue box with gold lines all over the top. He came back to the middle and finished it off with an elaborate bow and then came forward and gave it to me. He said, I couldn't help but overhear what you said, that this is going to be your gratitude journal. He said, I want to be the first entry in your book. I want you to write that the man that sold this book to me made it an even more beautiful experience. He is indeed the first entry. So how do we showcase what's important to us? What's the packaging, the special ribbons that we wrap around Rotary to make it even more beautiful? We do it through public relations. We do it by telling our story. Rotary, a brand that brings the world together. And so, I carry his message of gratitude here today to say thank you. Thank you for all that you have done, and thank you for all that you are going to do. You have already been touched deeply by our organization, or you wouldn't be sitting here today. When we tell our stories, we're inspiring our clubs, recharging our batteries, and preparing for the year ahead. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for being such a vital part of Rotary International.
That was awesome. I just wanted to kind of back up with my intro to Jennifer because there was a piece here that I wanted to tell you about, and that is Jennifer's a leader in cultivating experiential fundraising opportunities, and we always talk about fundraising opportunities. Well, she put on Rotary's Golf Day with Jack Nicklaus in Jupiter, Florida, which raised over $5.25 million in one day. So let's think about our fundraisers. Next up, we have Nicholas Domingo, who is a catalyst for change. Through his acting career, he's been seen on Nickelodeon's The Thunderman, Disney's Mighty Med, and the Arsenio Hall Show. His main focus has been dedication to running the superhero-based nonprofit youth program called Captain Encouragement. The first superhero teaching really values to kids and showcasing superpowers based on resilience and coping techniques. Welcome. Nicholas has a guest with him, so I will let him introduce the guest, and thank you, Nicholas.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? I'm not sure how the format for this goes, and seeing if everyone can respond via chat. So I hope everyone's having a beautiful day. Really quick, to introduce my guest. I'm going to introduce him later in our presentation. Lee Royal, if you could hop in, say hello. Pause for dramatic effect.
Hello, everyone.
Awesome. Well, I'll introduce you, and because when I'm introducing you, man, I really got to put that energy out there because you bring a lot of heat to the world, man, and bring a lot of love. So I'm gonna build you up, play your virtual rock star intro, like WWE style, and I'll get you in here, man. Appreciate you. Awesome. Thank you, man. Hi, everyone. So as you heard, my name is Nicholas Domingo. To be honest, a lot's happening in the world right now. So it's hard to just hop in here and just say, everything's going great, superhero stuff, we're getting to do all this stuff. But the reality is there's a lot of heaviness in the world right now. So it makes it very difficult to just come at you with this epic energy. And I know as a Rotarian now for 6 years, I've been a part of a lot of conferences. And so it's like, well, which room am I going to? What am I going to learn today? What's the importance of, what do I really want to take away from this? And for me, I struggle to focus. So I'm going to make sure that you guys get a whole bunch of stuff because I can't really stay in one lane. And I found that was actually beneficial in the way that we can give you guys a bunch of different information, share some of my backstory, ask some questions, give some resources. And, even initially, I would like to, if we could, take a minute to just pause, say thank you for being here, for being a part of this, for the work that you do. Most of you are Rotarians. So the work that we do, the amount of time we put in, the quiet hours that go into every crab feed, every event, every behind the scenes, putting the stuff away, getting the stuff out, making the phone calls. You have been a part of it. And so I wanted to take a second as someone who inspires change in the world, who is humbled by the work that you do and is just constantly in awe of Rotarians. So I want to take a second to just say thank you, and take a second just to pause, and even for each of you to say, thank yourselves. And because I think it takes time, and I don't think we're busy serving the world. So take a second, and I want to say thank you for what you do, and I hope each one of you acknowledges the greatness and the change that each one of you makes for yourselves. So take this 1 second. Awesome. So you are greatly appreciated. So now I'm going to dive into some things. So I'm going to start off with some questions, if everyone's okay. If you guys could answer in the chat, that would be magical, because I can't hear the initial feedback. I'm used to an audience, but as we all know, 2020 happened, so there's no more audiences. And now we're all kind of hanging out. So name a football team. And everyone watching right now, you can just yell it out loud. Okay, we got teams popping in. Okay, cool. Wonderful, wonderful. Awesome. All right, cool. We got all sorts of teams. A good friend of mine just got drafted to the Ravens today, so I'm partly a Ravens fan now. Okay, now name a baseball team. Wonderful, wonderful. Awesome. Got some very excited fans. I love it, love it. Now name a Kardashian. About 1 trillion Kims. Okay. Someone responded with a no. Okay. So now name a millennial, someone in Generation Z, who's a role model in mainstream media. Well, thank you for the use. So what age is Gen Z, Gen Y? So Gen Y, millennials, start around 1980, 85. It's kind of up in the air where they start. But the point of these questions is you have 32 football teams to choose from. You have about 32 baseball teams to choose from. You got 15 or so Kardashians. I've never counted them. I don't know. And then you have 7.2 billion people on the planet, and over half of them are those two generations. And the point is we knew very quickly, football team. I know my favorite football team, baseball team. Okay. Kardashians even. Some people don't even really watch them, but they're aware of them. But then when I ask you to name a role model, you struggle to do so. And that's a problem. That's a massive problem. It's a fundamental issue. We're wondering, why isn't the world a better place? Why is this happening? Why aren't the youth doing, insert line of complaint here? There's always a line there. And when I saw that problem, I was like, well, there's your problem. That's fundamental mathematics. You can't say, well, why isn't the world a better place? It's like, well, if you don't insert one role model here, there won't be one person to follow over here, over there. So that's the point. And so when I saw this, now it's I get to make all this change, I can do all these things, but I was that youth, as we all were. And my backstory is interesting. So if you don't mind, I'm going to share now. And thank you firstly for participating in the chat and for answering. And there's some hilarious answers in there, and there's some great answers. I appreciate it. So I'm going to share right now. So I'm going to go from the beginning. That's what we're going to do. Let's do that from the beginning. Hello. We already said hello, but we'll say hello again. So my backstory. I'm going to play a quick video. And then here we go. Let's see if we can do this. Here we go. So this is me. A lot of people do know me for the work that I've been doing. I've been featured in the Rotarian, the Kansas City Star, the Boston Globe, the Union Democrat, done some really cool stuff, through our production studio, been able to make a big impact and be able to connect with other people trying to build their dreams. But I'm most known as, you guessed it, Captain Encouragement. To be truthful, I can't actually fly, but kids don't know that. Kids get really excited still. And so through this work, we've been able to travel the country, been able to meet amazing people, even get to talk to adults. That's pretty exciting. I don't usually get to talk to adults because they don't listen as much when I'm captain, but kids love it. I knew we needed to create a hero that kids could want to embody, that would teach teamwork, leadership, compassion, anti-bullying. We now start doing a TV series, and we partner with TV stations around the country, and we get to showcase things that kids can learn, absorb, and we put it in an action-packed format so kids will want to learn it. And so my background started, in modeling and in acting, where I did a few different projects, but I didn't find fulfillment through this. It was a lot of fun. I got to start building a platform and learning about how I could reach more people. And so not as violent as I used to be. I was very aggressive in TV. And we did a lot of cool work. We traveled to 10 states, 25 cities. By the time I was 23, that's what I actually did. But a lot of people don't know my backstory. So I used to be very angry, as you can see, and I dealt with a lot of issues that kids of today deal with. And that's what led me to become that person. I was bullied, full of rage, and I dealt with depression. Okay. And as many people today, many kids today feel, is that feeling of being numb. Okay, let's not do that twice. Okay, so how did all of this creation happen, basically? How did we get here? So to start off, my story starts in the middle of nowhere, Missouri. And the first experience of bullying I had was when I was about 5 years old, 6 years old, actually. So I went to the playground and I started just kind of getting pummeled. And then I got dragged across the ground by my hair while other kids were stomping on me. And I remember thinking, this school place isn't really the best. Let's not do this anymore. I think I'm going to skip this. But as many of you that are watching right now know, that Sometimes bullying is inevitable. Sometimes going through these experiences, is inevitable, but I wasn't taught some of the right things. I was taught to respond with violence, meet violence where it is with more of it. Aggression, meet it with power. But for years, I got terrorized. As I started to get older, I found lifting and I found anger as a tool, and I kind of latched on to anger. And so when I latched on to anger, I found it as a resource, but it's a resource that you have to keep feeding. You have to keep finding ways of feeding it. And so as I was growing up, I was kind of told that this is how you need to be. And people started to say like, hey, you're that big, strong, mean guy, like cool. And so I started to cover myself with the ideals and the concepts that everyone around me told me I was. And as I grew older, I started getting into fighting. I started getting into, basically taking back what had been taken from me. I felt that people had wronged me, and now I need to wrong them back, but I'm going to do it more. I'm going to go over the top, and I'm going to destroy them. And this is a mindset I carried with me because my role models around me were family members and friends who were in, fighting and, cage fighting and football. Not to say that as a sport, they aren't good things to some degree, but whenever you're not feeding the sport, but you're feeding rage and anger, that's when it becomes a problem. Now, the people around me also that I looked up to were partying hard. They were doing drugs. They were doing all these things. And so I started to emulate these things. I started to fill out this person and become this person that I really wasn't. And at the age of 19, I had an intervention. Some of you, whatever you believe in religious, the universe, you believe in God. God came in and said, you need to stop. And I remember, I was going really, really hard. I was weightlifting. I was training super hard. At the time, I was lifting obscene amounts of weight. I was fighting. I was picking fights and trying to establish my power more and more every single day. At the age of 19, God came in and said, you need to stop. And I didn't take the call. I pressed, I hung up, metaphorically speaking. And then I had a subarachnoid brain hemorrhage. That was God leaving a message. And I woke up one morning after I'd maxed out the day before, and a blood vessel in the back of my head ruptured and started bleeding into my spinal fluids. And I started to go blind because where the hemorrhage happened is kind of near where your eyes connect to your brain. And I remember like freaking out, and I called my dad. I was like, what do I do? I don't know what's happening. And my dad's like, I don't know either. Go to the hospital. So I get to the hospital, and the lady asked me, and I'll never forget this. I said, I was like, I think I'm dying. I need to see someone. And she said, fill this out. Like, you're fine. Like, just fill this out, because I'm 19 years old, and apparently hemorrhages don't really happen in 19-year-olds. So I was like, okay, I think I'm dying, but I'll fill this out. Sure. And so I fill out the paperwork. I give it to them, and they do some tests, and they find out the lady runs back after they do the MRI or whatever test they ended up doing. And they said, your brain's bleeding. We have to get you to another hospital, but we're a really small hospital. Again, I said I lived in the sticks, live in the middle of nowhere. And so they said, do you have a friend who can come pick you up and take you to the next hospital? I'm gonna let that one set for a second. So you can imagine you're dying, but we don't really have like an ambulance. Can we get you to the next place? So eventually I get to the end of all these hospitals where they're pumping me with Dilaudid and morphine to keep me from having a seizure. And they tell me sports are over. You just survived a subarachnoid brain hemorrhage, and you shouldn't have. Not many people get them and survive. I actually was told in the last ambulance ride 2 hospitals later, they're like, yeah, did you know like 35% of the people that get these survive? And I was like, wow, 100% of the people that hear that while having a brain hemorrhage don't want to hear that? Not the top statistics to hear while you're dying. So after this kind of brain hemorrhage, and after this, I pursued a few more things in my life. And I eventually got to a point which I think every person watching this feels. And every person watching this has been there, which is called rock bottom. And that's when you've been going, you've been trying, you've been doing, and you watch pieces kind of fall apart. And eventually it falls apart to where you hit the literal rock bottom. And I felt worthless. You know, you're usually alone amidst your rock bottom, and you feel worthless, you feel helpless, and you start to be like, well, what am I here for? The question that drives us forward, but when asked at rock bottom, it's like, you know, why am I here? And I remember at this rock bottom, I'd lost all my money. I lost everything I'd worked for. I had self-destructed everything that I'd ever created, and I'd lost all sports. I'd lost all everything. And all the ideas of me, of who I was supposed to be, started to fall away too, which was the blessing. And so I peeled back all these layers of who people told me Nicholas was supposed to be. And I eventually found this guy, and he cared about people. I was like, he cares about people? And I was like, okay, all right. So I started digging deeper. It's like, all right, and so as I dug, I found he loves people. That's why I've been feeling so torn internally, is because I love people a lot and I've been trying to hurt them. Because at some point in my life, I was told I need to inflict pain to establish power. And I started to find this voice inside me that said, I want to give, I want to help, I want to serve. And, you know, in my journey, I met this amazing club called Rotary. And I remember telling them, you know, like, I had this idea for the superhero, I want to do all this great work. And they're like, yeah, we've been doing that for like 100 years. You know, come check out what we do and hear about this fella named Paul Harris. And by the way, they got me with what I call the hook. And the hook was dinner. They're like, what? And we'll buy you dinner. I was like, so. And so I joined Rotary, started to kind of like watch all the things Rotary related. I started becoming a member. As I was building the superhero program, and I learned while being a member, I learned what service above self meant. And I still learn it in a new way every year. So I can't say I learned what it meant past tense. I can't say that fully. I started to learn what it meant because at first it was this fun message that you could slap on the back of your vehicle. It's a great bumper sticker, but it's like, what does it mean? What does it mean to service above self? And it's hard to find that equation that works for you and find how to best do it. But through getting to work and learning about our club, about our district, about the zone, about global, I was like, what? You guys are doing what around the world? Blown away, just completely blown away. And so as this hero program started, I had developed a costume. And so when I developed the costume, I went and found my way to, here, I'll actually stop sharing so that I can just speak directly to you. So when I developed the costume, I found a way, I was like, I really want to go and speak to schools. This is where I think I need to do this work at. And so I felt everything in my being say, I want to make a difference. This superhero character can create a difference in the world, can make an impact. I know it can. And that's the problem, is we don't have role models. That question I asked earlier was the truth of it. And that's the reason this started, is because I saw that's a problem. So what if we inserted a hero that would teach these lessons, that would teach this message of impact of making a better world? It's like, wow, that'd be crazy. And so I eventually had this costume made, and I went around, and as I'm learning about like Rotary and all the work that's being done, I'm like, I can do good work too. And I had just had this costume made, and I went and I met this amazing man named Mark Dyken. I know you guys don't know Mark yet, so hopefully at some point you get to meet this amazing man. But I just met him, and we were at the school that he worked, and he said, I told him I have this idea for the superhero. We're going to change the world. We're going to make an impact, and it's just going to be this, great program that we can do. And this was just an idea at this point. And he said, wow, that's a really, really great message. Can we get all the students to the main area? We're going to have an assembly. And then he pats me on the back and leaves the room. Now, when I say the word fear, I don't know if I can say it loud enough or put it bold enough to tell you the level of fear that I experienced. But because this newfound drive for making an impact was so strong, this newfound love for humanity, this newfound me, I knew that I had to. And I knew that there was no other way of doing what I needed to do. So I got out there. And as I'm walking out, I hear kids chanting, "Captain, Captain, Captain." And that bold fear that I just told you about got bigger because now it's terrifying. Hundreds of kids lining this field I'm about to walk into. And so I walk into the field, and again, I didn't have a full idea of how I was going to do it. I just knew I wanted to make a difference in the world. And where there's a will, there's a way. And it's very literal. And so we did this event. And as many of you who have kids, work with kids, have grandkids, you know that kids are brutally honest. And they tell you pretty instantly what works and what doesn't. So we got immediate feedback on what worked and what didn't, but we found what worked. And so over the course of that year, we developed it, we made it better. We developed a comic book because every superhero needs a comic book. We developed merchandise that kids would love, and kids loved it. We started hearing stories of kids who saw Captain Encouragement. And they started to embody all the things that Captain Encouragement stood for. And we started to hear these amazing stories of kids saying, "I'm a hero. I do what Captain Encouragement does, and I make an impact, and I'm nice to people, and I also believe in leadership." And we started hearing these crazy stories start to pour in. And over the last 6 years, these stories have grown. I know I have limited time with you today, and like I said, I want to bounce all over and tell you all the cool things that we've done, but I know that I can't. So I'm going to continue back to the presentation, if you don't mind. And so I use my adversity, the things that I'd been through, to develop this character. And this character helped me reach more kids. And we started to travel the country, started to travel and hear stories of how the impact happened. And this was me using my own adversity, my pain, my struggle, everything I'd been through to make an impact. And I started working with kindergarten to third graders, and that actually evolved. And so right now we have a TV show. We air on a streaming service based in the UK. We actually have a video game as well. That's currently available on the Google Play Store, as well as a web version. But all of this stuff, no matter how big, epic, awesome, amazing it is, it spawned from saying, I need to do something different. I want to serve. And most of our service has actually been supported by Rotary. And Rotary, and many of the Rotary members actually became board members. Because in the early days, I was like, how hard could it be to run a nonprofit? Take a moment to laugh, because it's true. That's what I said. I will never say that again. And so as it continued, we now get to do this amazing work. And that led to our school programs, which we've been doing all over the US. As things changed, we started doing virtual. We started creating episodes. We started making a TV series. And now I get to do other work where my mind would drift and say, how can I serve? I use my ADD for me to where, I can't necessarily focus, but I can utilize these skills in different fields with other amazing people. And that led to this school program that we're doing for high schoolers now called Circumstance versus Potential, where we partner with amazing minds from around the globe, former athletes, TV stars, former WWE wrestlers, stuntmen, and all these other and former bodybuilders, to talk to high schoolers and say, your circumstance does not determine your potential. And we are finding new ways of cultivating and working with these students. And actually, I have an example of this I invited my friend Lee Royal to come speak today. This incredible, incredible man who's done amazing things. He was on Wipeout. He's been on numerous shows, HBO, Disney. He's also a stuntman for Kevin Hart and a variety of projects that he's done commercial-wise. And so here's his page. And so I would love to welcome an example of the work that we're doing through our new high school program, which we're rolling out this year. My man, Lee Royal, how you doing?
Hey man, thanks for having me. Thank
you for coming. Thank you for talking with our group. As you can see, these are Rotarians. Well, not literally see, but Rotarians. This is our group. And I know, I just got the message we have limited time. So I wanted to just let you say hello to the people, and I know you've gone through a lot, and you have your family. You've been, grinding at this stuff for a while. What would you say to the people who are listening, who kind of want to start something, or have someone they want to inspire, what would be, as your experience, what would be step one maybe?
Step one, putting yourself out there. I know it's easy to say, "Oh, I want to do it. I want to do it." And you're at home, and you're waiting for that chance to do it, or waiting for an opportunity to come and present itself. But honestly, sometimes you have to find where the fire is at. I found so many places to go do a front flip, and from there it just grew to knowing what other places are where the legitimate people go to train, and then from there, making those connections with those people, make sure that I'm in the gym, I'm in the training facilities, and they can see that I'm working, that I'm growing.
Mm-hmm.
And just by them seeing the dedication that I'm showing up,
Yeah.
just showing up to put in the work, that's them going, all right, he has an eye and he has a talent for it. We see he's hungry for work. So definitely just taking the step to just put yourself out there.
Yeah, awesome, man. And I'm gonna throw. We're in speed round, so I'm gonna throw another one at you. A bunch of the people listening have kids, have schools that maybe they work with, have grandkids, and they're trying to inspire them. Maybe what would be a tool that you used that you kind of feed on to find your inspiration?
I also have two kids to myself. They're 4 and 2. My son is 2, my daughter is 4. And honestly, I really pay attention to them. Especially during last year when we were all in the house and there wasn't much that we could do. I did daddy daycare. And from there, I was able to just observe my kids and be with them wholeheartedly. I wasn't letting the TV watch them. I was invested in my kids, I'm sure, as a lot of others are. And the important thing that I picked up on was seeing what particular stuff that my kids like.
Yeah.
My son loves to hit baseball. Maybe he doesn't even know what baseball fully is, but I'm just watching him going, he likes to hit balls with hit the stick with the ball. And just seeing that, we signed him up for a sports class. So now at 3 years old, or 2 years old right now, he's going out and he's doing different types of sports. Same thing with my daughter. The moment she puts on a dress, she wants to spin around and dance. That's the cue kind to let you know that she wants to be a ballerina. She wants to dance. She wants to move. And my wife and I, we look at those opportunities to see how we can cultivate those skill sets.
Awesome, man. Well, it's always a pleasure speaking with you, man. It's the work that we've been able to do, the work that you're doing is incredible. So
Yeah,
I appreciate being here for this micro time. But I appreciate you so much in the work that you do.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to go back to the share screen. Let's see. Well, I have 4 minutes left, everybody. So let's see. Let's see if we can jam this out. All right. So a quick game, everybody, if you're okay with it. We're going to show somebody, and then you're going to tell me, do you think they were successful? And just say it out loud. Little boy born in Germany, not able to speak fully until he was 3 years old. Do you think this little boy found success? A lot of people might say no. The little boy became Albert Einstein. Another person, child of a child who was dealt a bad hand, a woman gave birth to, trying to use the word, was attacked, ended up having a child at the age of 13. Same thing happened to her daughter at very young, about the age of 13. Had a miscarriage and not have that baby. This is a little girl. Do you think that this young woman found success? This woman became Oprah Winfrey. So yes, she found success. So immigrated to the US from Pakistan. He worked a bunch of random jobs, so he made a measly $1.20 an hour as a dishwasher. Do you think he found success in this world? Shahid Khan he currently owns Jackson Jaguars, owns a few other companies. He found success financially, and he didn't let anything stand in his way. Born in Cuba, 47, during Operation Peter Pan, this massive event that happened. He was taken in by 2 foster families. Do you think he found success? I think you're getting it now. Yep, former U.S. Senator and current chairman of the Pace Bank. So another one, last one, and then I'll wrap it up. So he was born in Israel, He moved to this certain area. His family was dirt poor. And he attended Jewish yeshiva and became involved in music during his teenage years. Do you think he found success? Gene Simmons. So the reason we show this is so that you could see, we show specifically to high schoolers, to show them that success is not about where you start, it's about where you're going. It's about your heart that you put into it. And I just want to take a minute to say, I appreciate everyone. I appreciate you guys having me as a speaker. All the work you do does not go unseen. I know there's some days where you feel like it is unseen. You feel like you're just working and grinding. Just know that you are seen and you're appreciated for the work and love that you bring to this planet. So thank you for having me as a speaker.
Thank you, Nicholas. It's been a pleasure and so inspiring, and it sure gives us a reason for hope. And thank you to your guest as well, the Royal Tut, and we look forward to having you again at another event. We're going to go right into, we've got a short little video clip that I think you'll enjoy, and then we have a presentation on our Paul Harris Society major donor and our Triple Crown eligible Rotarians. So let's go ahead and roll those videos.
Hi, I'm Andrew, and I'm a member of Rotary, and we're here to figure out if people actually know what Rotary is. Tell me, what is Rotary?
A rotary phone?
No.
Chicken.
It's not a rotary phone or a rotisserie chicken.
Tell me, what is Rotary?
Is it when you get a document stamp?
You've been rotarized.
Let me ask you this. What do you think of when you hear Rotary?
Well, I'll tell you what I think. You go and you all over, and then your toilet gets clogged, so then you have to call the rooter guy.
Do you know what Rotary is?
Is it like a club?
Yes, it's like a club. Do you know what kind of club?
I picture a bunch of old stuffy men sitting around smoking cigars, drinking scotch.
They're good for you.
Now let's ask some actual Rotarians what Rotary truly is.
When I first moved to the area, I didn't know a lot of people, and I didn't have many friends. But then, when I joined Rotary, I gained friends, a community, and even a family.
To me, Rotary is about being part of our community. Rotary has contributed over $500,000 to places like our local zoo.
It's things like this playground. There was nothing here before. And now it's something everyone can enjoy.
My favorite part of Rotary is learning something new every week, straight from the top leaders in our community. I go to Rotary feeling stressed out from work and leave feeling energized and empowered.
Rotary is about impact on a local, national, and global scale. Like this ballpark for children with special needs. And helping new Americans learn English in this classroom. Oh yeah, and did I mention that Rotary is working around the world on thousands of projects, such as eradicating polio and providing clean drinking water for millions of people. Rotary is where friends, neighbors, and problem solvers share ideas, join leaders, and take action to create lasting change.
Go Rotary!
Okay, time for more raffles. Let's go ahead and pick 4 more. And again, winners, please watch your mail. Okay, let's see who we got here. David Ruland. Larry Granados. One off the top here. Melissa Mears. And Maureen Lewis. Fantastic. Yep.
Let's be honest, the world can seem scary. Violence, poverty, disease, corruption, pollution. The problems just seem too overwhelming, too big. You are just one person, right? Not if you are a Rotarian. You are part of a club, part of a district, part of an international network of 1.2 million Rotarians in 35,000 clubs in 200 nations. This makes you part of the largest and most impactful service organization in the world. As Rotarians, you have roughly the same human power as the globe's most powerful militaries, with the added benefit of being woven into the fabric of your community. Rotary as a global organization connects you with a network of passionate community leaders focused on positive change through service and the 4-way test. Rotary's 6 areas of focus strengthen that network into a powerful force for peace. So, what if we started thinking about Rotary as more than a collection of service clubs, and just started thinking of ourselves as a global peace-building force? What if together we wage peace? Just imagine Rotarians building a world beyond war. But first, some background. Did you know that we are living in the most peaceful period in human history? Wars are less common and kill less people. Violence against women and children is the lowest in history. Homicides have decreased dramatically in much of the world. Genocide and other civilian killings are less prevalent. The number of democracies is increasing every year, and human rights are recognized in much of the world as a cornerstone of basic governance. The world is not falling apart as the media might lead us to believe. In fact, measurable trends support the emergence of a global peace system that today rivals the global war system. Trends that led to the development of international institutions like the United Nations aimed at preventing war. Trends about the protection of civilians. Trends proving nonviolence is more effective than armed resistance. Trends toward the proliferation of peace education. Trends favoring the economics of peace over the economics of war. And trends leading to the flourishing of international law, treaties, and courts. So what if we changed our mindset as Rotarians to match the current realities, the current science? The good news is, Rotary already set us up for success with the 6 areas of focus. When you build economic opportunity for communities, Rotary builds peace. When you provide education where education is not available, Rotary builds peace. When you provide clean water and sanitary conditions, Rotary builds peace. When you improve on the health of women and children, Rotary builds peace. When you prevent and treat disease, Rotary builds peace. And when you focus specifically on peace and conflict prevention and resolution, as a cornerstone of your club's activities, Rotary directly builds peace. We are this close to ending polio, but what's next? For over 100 years, Rotarians have been advancing understanding, goodwill, and peace through their service work. Now, with the Peace Area of Focus and network of over 1,000 Rotary Peace Fellows, we're ready to take it to the next level. Peace building is about community building. We're ready to train leaders, including youth, to build peace and to prevent and mediate conflict. Convene people and resources to increase the peace-building impact of Rotary service projects in all areas of focus. Empower Rotarians everywhere to create sustainable peace building in communities and regions affected by conflict and more. You are a Rotarian, and you build peace. this is your call to action. Start a peace committee in your club. Volunteer to be the peace chair for your district. It is a Rotary-supported position. Support the Rotary Peace Centers by recruiting qualified candidates. You can lead your club to engage in at least one service project annually that promotes nonviolence or raises understanding of the root causes of violence. You can start by joining a Rotarian Action Group. Through the Rotarian Action Group for Peace Hub MAP, you can connect with other Rotarians and peace committees. Tap into the expertise of our Global Peace Fellow alumni community through the new Peace Hub MAP. So, the world isn't that scary after all, because peace is you, and you are Rotary. Go wage peace.
(1944). Around the globe, nations stared in horror at the devastation of a Second World War. But even as the battles raged, global leaders planned for a new era and a post-war organization for peace. Rotary International, long committed to global cooperation and peace, had been raising awareness of a United Nations, publishing articles and pamphlets to encourage the discussion. Finally, in June of 1945, the eyes of the world were on San Francisco as delegates from 50 countries gathered to sign the UN Charter.
The Conference of the United Nations on International Organization is now convened.
Even as they gathered, delegates read the headlines proclaiming the end of the war in Europe. At the invitation of the U.S. Secretary of State, Rotary International sent 11 Rotarians to serve as consultants to the delegation from the United States. These included two past Rotary presidents, Alan Albert and Tom Davis. In fact, there were Rotarians and honorary members from around the globe, some as official delegates for their nations and others as consultants. Ezequiel Padilla served as chair of the delegation from Mexico. Rotarian Carlos Romulo represented the Philippines and would later serve as president of the fourth session of the UN General Assembly.
The Charter of the United Nations is a solid structure upon which we can build for a better world. History will honor you for it.
There was a triumphant ceremony as representatives signed the charter for their nations. Joseph Salem from Lebanon was just one of the Rotarians who signed the charter on behalf of their countries. U.S. Secretary of State E.R. Stettinius was a signatory for the United States. He later described the invitation to Rotary International as a recognition of the practical part Rotary's members have played and will continue to play in the development of understanding among nations. Rotary's participation in the UN Charter Conference was just the beginning of a humanitarian-focused collaboration that continues. Today, with a vision they have shared since the beginning, the United Nations and Rotary serve as examples of global cooperation as they lead efforts to promote peace, development, and world health.
Hi everyone, my name is Brian Rush and I'm the Charter President of the Rotary Club for Global Action. I'm joining you all today from District 5150 in the San Francisco Bay Area. You know, I often get invited to speak at events like this because I've spent a big portion of my career working with several Nobel Peace Laureates, including having run foundations for Archbishop Desmond Tutu and His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I've been so fortunate to also get to travel the world with Rotary, and I'm constantly impressed by the great diversity of cultures I encounter. This diversity reminds me of a philosophy I first learned from Archbishop Desmond Tutu, a philosophy called Ubuntu, which loosely translates to, I am because we are. My humanity is tied up. It is inextricably bound up in yours, and we can only be human together. We all recognize the four-way test as a compass for the things that we think, say, or do. But when looking at Rotary's areas of focus, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, can act as a guide map for action. I have found this concept of Ubuntu to be instrumental into my understanding of the SDGs. A key pillar of the SDGs is to leave no one behind. If we're going to eradicate poverty and create a sustainably developed world, we need to include all members of society. And this includes those of us who are often excluded because of our sexual orientation, our gender identity, gender expression, or sex characteristics. The SDGs are based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. Now, some of you might know, a few years ago, I helped to charter the Rotary Club of San Francisco Castro, Rotary's first LGBTQ+ cultured club. Many people asked, why do we need a club like this? The Castro Rotary Club stands as a model that Rotary can be a diverse and inclusive organization. It is women, the diversity of race, cultures, faiths, abilities, ages, and indeed acknowledging our LGBTQ+ brothers and sisters that is in fact exactly what keeps Rotary relevant today. Since Castro was chartered, 3 other LGBTQ+ cultured clubs have chartered, the most recent just last month in Sao Paulo. In 2016, I was invited by Mohammed bin Salman and UNESCO to speak at an event on how Saudi Arabia could move forward into the modern age. On stage, I stated that if the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was serious about becoming a modern country, it needed to start addressing the rights of women and girls, people with disabilities, and its LGBTQ+ citizens. When I stepped off stage, I noticed I had 87 new notices on Twitter. Reading through them, they were overwhelmingly positive, gratitude that someone had finally called for gay rights in the kingdom. UNESCO picked up on this buzz and tweeted out a photo of myself and my husband with Archbishop and Mrs. Tutu. Throughout that day, there continued to be a constant stream of notifications. Apparently, I'd tapped into something. That night, I flew to Frankfurt, and when I landed, again, my phone notifications were blowing up. But this time, it was different. There were hundreds and hundreds of calls for my death, including photos of me on stage, as well as personal photos that had been gleaned from my social media. I have to admit, the experience was a bit overwhelming. It was the first time I'd really experienced that level of vitriol just for being myself. But you know what else happened? I was inundated by messages from young people throughout the Middle East, people struggling with their sexuality and who live in areas where their lives could in fact be in danger if they were to come out. They thanked me for being an example of someone living my life authentically. Saudi Arabia is just one example, but the UN reports that it is currently illegal to be LGBTQ+ in at least 72 countries, and in 5 of those countries, people who are identified as such can be put to death. We regularly face harassment, hate speech, physical violence, and in many communities, LGBTQ+ citizens have a higher likelihood of homelessness, poverty, and poor health. Last year here in the United States, there were more transgender murders reported since we started keeping records, and 20% of the hate crimes reported to the FBI are based on sexual orientation or gender identity. So how do we incorporate the rights of LGBTQ+ people into our work or programs? SDG 10 focuses on reducing inequalities within and among countries, a key component of Rotary's area of focus, peace and conflict prevention. Target 10.2 states that by 2030, we will empower and promote the social, economic, and political inclusion of all, irrespective of age, sex, or other status. Now, there are entities that would seek to discriminate against LGBTQ+ citizens because they don't consider this other status to include them. But it is commonly interpreted that this does include our community. Rotary's focus on basic education and literacy is closely tied to SDG 4, which seeks to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. But the reality is, throughout the world, LGBTQ+ youth are often excluded from educational opportunities, and when they're granted, they face bullying and harassment that often forces them to give those opportunities up, thus further contributing to a cycle of poverty. SDG 1 calls for eradicating poverty in all of its forms, and it is closely tied to Rotary's focus on community and economic development. Because of discrimination and exclusion, globally, LGBTQ+ people are much more vulnerable to poverty than heterosexual people. Also tied to community economic development is SDG 8, which focuses on promoting inclusive economic growth, productive employment, and decent work for all. Yet fewer than half of the countries in the world offer any protections for LGBTQ+ individuals in the workplace, leaving much of our population exposed to both formal and informal measures of discrimination in the workplace. You know, not so long ago, I worked for an organization and I was warned that I shouldn't act too gay. Because if the people that we were working with found out, they would immediately end the program that we were working on. This was super awkward for me for a lot of reasons. First of all, never before had I ever been asked to be anything other than who I am. And to be honest, it didn't feel right. I've been publicly out since I was 19 years old and happily with my husband for 25 years. Now I'm being asked to hide all of that? And what exactly is too gay. The reality is, I don't act at all. I'm just myself, and part of that includes being gay. But am I too gay? At the time, I decided that the good that would come from this partnership was worth being circumspect in my behavior and language. And I was wrong. I moved on, and I can tell you that being asked to deny who I am was a major factor in that decision. I made a commitment then and there that I'm never, ever going to be anything other than myself. If that means I lose clients, so be it. I have been blessed in my life to be given an amazing platform, an opportunity to work with Nobel laureates and faith leaders, celebrities, political leaders, and even young people. And to be anything other than my authentic self not only does a disservice to me, but it does a disservice to all the LGBTQ plus people in the world who need a voice, who need us to stand fast in who we are. You see, an important way that culture evolves is through visibility. As Rotarians, we are passionate about peace. I imagine that's why most of us are participating in this event today. Peace can only be achieved when we reduce inequality and exclusion. We need to work together to value this beautiful diversity of the human experience so that all of us can achieve our own vision of peace and prosperity. I'm inspired by the future that we Rotarians can create together. But to arrive in this future, we need to remain authentic to ourselves, and all of us need to stand as allies to others who are being authentically themselves. I encourage all of you to break out of your comfort zones and talk to people who are different than you. Find some common ground and take action. Remember Ubuntu. My humanity is bound up, is inextricably tied up in yours, and we can only be human together. Thank you.
Great speech, Brian. Thank you. The UN award, which was our Syrian refugee project, was given to 6 Rotarians from around the world. Our own Ilge Karansak was the representative for North America, and we have been privileged to be recognized for this project. The project included 17 clubs, 2 districts, 3 countries, and 2 Interact clubs. Ilge wrote a song that's going to be played as the background music for this video of the refugee camps in Turkey. The title of the song is called We'll Be There. The project's integration part of it will be completed when COVID-19 restrictions allow us.
Rotary Day at the United Nations was recently held to celebrate the organization's shared vision for peace and highlighted the critical humanitarian activities that both organizations carry out around the world. Today, the number of global refugees is the highest since World War II. During the event, Rotary recognized 6 people of action recipients who are devising community-based solutions to the global refugee crisis.
Our Rotary People of Action connectors beyond borders.
When I first time heard about you, you may be thousands miles away. You may be the neighbor who say, hey, hey. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. You are changing my life. I'm Rotarian, you can count on me. You've changed my heart. We'll be there, don't have to know your name. We'll be there, don't have to call our name. We'll be there, don't have to know your name. We'll be there, don't have to call our name. You're the reason we make it better. It is service above self. You and I will work together, so the world is safe and happier, happier. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. You are changing my life. I'm Rotarian, you can count on me. You change my heart. We'll be there, don't have to know your name. We'll be there, we'll be there for you, for you.
Rotary International immediate past president Mark Maloney is joining us this afternoon from his home in Decatur, Alabama. Mark has an extensive Rotary bio that you will find on the Whova app. Mark, District 5230 welcomes you today.
Thank you very much, Governor Joy. It is a pleasure for me to be with the Rotarians, Rotaractors, and members of the family of Rotary in District 5230. Governor Joy, I thank you for allowing me to speak today. I also want to thank organizer Ilge Karansak-Splain for the invitation to participate in this District 5230 conference. I want to congratulate Ilge, as Governor Joy has just mentioned, for being named as one of Rotary's 6 People of Action, Connectors Beyond Borders, for 2019. It was a pleasure for me to recognize Ilge and the other recipients at Rotary UN Day in New York City in November 2019. Gay and I were to join Ilge at the Syrian refugee camp, the Torbali tent camp in Turkey in March 2020, only 1 week after we had to stop our travels due to the pandemic. Plus, I want to give a shout out to my Aloha Governor, Rod Coburn. It was our pleasure for my aide, Larry Lunsford, and I to attend your foundation banquet in January 2020 in Visalia. I know that we all look forward to returning to similar in-person events. You know, this is an unusual way to conduct a district conference, but these are unusual times, and we are certainly doing our best to meet the Rotary Action Plan goal of increasing our ability to adapt. As the COVID-19 crisis began to impact the world, country by country, Rotary's way of reaching out, hand to hand, person to person, had to be put aside. But our powerful need to connect with each other has never waned. As I have watched the many ways you and all within the family of Rotary have connected the world with your actions and your compassion, I have never been prouder to be a Rotarian. But while this crisis is serious, we know that this challenge is a temporary state. We are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. We have made it through this by working together and taking care of each other, just what Rotarians and Rotaractors do. I know this because Rotary connects the world, and it has never been just a slogan for me. I really believe it. Rotary connects the world is a description of how and why Rotarians achieve so much. We invest in relationships. We make decisions grounded in evidence. We know how to mobilize our networks to create solutions that last. And we are always learning from our experiences in projects, clubs, and careers. In early March of last year, my wife, Gay, and I had just finished traveling through Zimbabwe, and we were in the United Kingdom when the first wave of COVID-19 travel restrictions took hold. We were all set to continue our connections through Europe to Turkey to go to the Syrian refugee camp. But we knew that we had a higher duty. We had to model public health behavior. Throughout the fight to end polio, Rotary has shown what we can do when we draw on our collective strength to improve global public health. We have created solutions that match the people they serve. We have evaluated the results to learn from our successes and setbacks. Our partnerships have played a critical role bringing us to this point. The fight to end polio is led by the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, which includes Rotary, UNICEF, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the World Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, and governments of the world, with the support of many others around the globe. Our Rotary Action Plan calls on us to increase our ability to adapt. For clubs and districts, this means finding new ways to connect and meet. This virtual district conference is evidence of Rotary's innovation and flexibility. We have risen to this moment because we are people of action. But what does that mean for us and all the organizations around the globe that partner with us? We answer that in our vision statement. Together, we see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities, and in ourselves. What does this statement mean in difficult times like these? We see a world where people unite. Rotary connects us to people we would never otherwise have met, who are more like us than we ever could have known. Rotary connects us to our communities, to professional opportunities, and to the people who need our help. And we connect people however we can. If meetings and handshakes are not possible, we will connect by video conference and virtual high fives. We take action to create lasting change. Rotary connects us with our fellow Rotarians. We have the ability to turn inspiration into real and lasting change. We have that ability because of who we are and because of what Rotary allows us to do. Polio Plus is a great example. Not only are we helping to rid the world of polio, we have left behind public health resources across the globe that are helping to battle the COVID-19 pandemic. Rotary connects us across the globe. In Rotary, none of us is an island. Whoever we are, wherever we are from, whatever language we speak or traditions we follow, we are all connected to each other. We are members not only of our clubs, but also of this amazing global organization. Even though we have pulled back on global travel, Rotary's global outlook remains steadfast. Rotary connects us with our communities. We understand the need of our neighbors in substantive, meaningful ways that so many others pass by without noticing. In the process, we forge sustainable projects and we gain a better understanding of all the resources that friends and neighbors can muster. And finally, Rotary connects us with ourselves. We are all born with different talents. Whether our strength is providing service on the ground or helping to administer projects from an office, Rotary gives each of us a chance to harness those talents to show leadership by making a powerful impact in our community and in our world. Today, as many people around the world feel shut in and disconnected from making an impact, Rotarians and Rotaractors know that we have a voice and a role that we can continue to exercise throughout this crisis. While we may approach things differently, together we are so powerful. We represent an organization of 1.2 million women and men who are inspired, who have come to Rotary with the goal of building a better world. Building a better world might seem like a daunting task until you understand the power of connection. Because it is the power of connection that allows all of us to do the tasks we have set out to do. We have a proud legacy upon which to build. We have furthered our legacy as Rotary connects the world. Rotary's impact on the world is up to you. You will have a lasting impact on the world, but you will not do it alone. We are Rotarians, Rotaractors, and supportive members of the family of Rotary. We are going to harness the power of connection, just as our organization has been doing now for over 116 years. We have a long, proud heritage, and we will continue to thrive because we are not afraid of change. Together, we are united to stay safe, but also to help others to stay safe. Together, we are united to stay healthy, but also to help others to stay healthy. And together, we are united to stay connected, but also to help others to stay connected. Let's take action to lead communities both near and far as Rotary connects the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark, so much again for taking time to join us today. Your words are inspiring, and we are truly connecting the world. Thank you again. So everybody, are we getting ready for cocktails? I think it's about time, and hopefully you all received your recipe cards, and so let's get ready to share some libations.
Hi Joy, Kenny G here, and I'm here to help you celebrate your very successful Rotary year as governor of Rotary District 5230. So Joy, congratulations. I'm very proud of you. So are a lot of other people who will remain nameless, but they got a hold of me, and we're here to celebrate you, Joy. And my job, that I love to do, by the way, is to play a song just for you. And I'm going to do that right now in your honor for doing such a great job. Way to go, Joy!
Welcome, Rotarians. District 5230, Superpower, Super Drink. I'm going to show you how to make our fun elixir that keeps us going as Rotarians. First, you want to grab some ice in a shaker. Just grab your ice in a shaker. We're going to pour about 3 ounces of vodka. Your choice of vodka, whichever keeps you going. And then let's get some lemonade up in here. 3 ounces of lemonade, equal portions. I prefer freshly squeezed, keeps the muscles nice and pumped. And prior to shaking, you want to get your martini glass. You want to get some sugar on the rim here. Nicely sugared rim. Put your top onto your drink. Of course, I had to get a protein shaker because I got to keep these muscles flexing. Shake, shake, shake. Got to keep your arms going. Shake, shake, shake. Don't want to look like Robin all scrawny. I got to keep these going. Go ahead and pour that into your glass. Then you get your raspberry liqueur. It's a Chambord. You do a drop of that, just a little bit, goes a long way. Some celebration liquor that keeps us celebrating as Rotarians. Champagne is what it's called. Cheers. Continue to serve the world, continue to do service above self, being those superheroes that people rely on. Keep going, Rotarians. Oh, amazing. Have a great time. Enjoy the conference.
Who was that masked man? Oh my gosh. We're having a good time this afternoon. So enjoy your cocktail. We're going to go ahead and move on to some entertainment. So please enjoy that. We'll break promptly right after the videos of the entertainers and then reconvene at 2:50 p.m. So we'll see you in a little bit, but please enjoy the entertainment.
Congratulations to District Governor Joe Anderson and the Rotarians. Hope you enjoy.
Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. But I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. For I can't help falling in love with you.
Che bella cosa, una giornata e sole, un'aria serena dopo una tempesta, e l'aria fresca pare già una festa. Che bella cosa, una giornata e sole, che bello è, oh sole mio, sta in fronte a te. Oh sole mio, sta in fronte a te, sta in fronte a te. Che bella cosa, una giornata e sole, un'aria serena dopo una tempesta, per l'aria fresca pare già una festa. Che bella cosa, una giornata e sole, oh sole mio, sta in fronte a te. Oh sole mio, sta in fronte a te, sta in fronte a te.
Congratulations, District 5230, on your district conference.
Walk with me. I've gotta tell you what's been on my mind. 'Cause honestly, I'm not trying to fight or give advice. Did you forget how much I loved you when you walked into your life? Have his words become a good book that you live by? Does he fear the way I lifted you so high up in the air? Darling, these are not the men we begged Jolene to spare. I confess, I don't know him quite the way you do. So tell me, friend, has he locked away the best of you? How many times was he the reason for the breaking of your heart? If he loves you, he will take you as you are. So don't forget you were a goddess long before he was there, darling. These are not the men we begged Jolene to spare. Oh, oh, oh, oh. Maybe I'm just being selfish, but I've never met a man worth losing so much. People come and people go, I just never thought that you would leave so easy now. Walk with me. It's been too long since I've seen your face. And honestly, I understand it if you needed space. I know it's been just as hard on you as it has been on me, pretending we're the friends we used to be. You know I will always love you, and I will always care, darling. But these are not the men we begged Jolene to spare. Oh, oh, oh, oh. These are not the men we begged Jolene to spare.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're enjoying your cocktail this afternoon. We have a great video from the Toronto International Convention with a presentation by Xavier Ramey from Justice in Forum that we would like to share with you now.
Good morning. I'm sure a stadium this large can say it a little louder. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Xavier Ramey, and I bring you greetings from the wonderful city of Chicago, Illinois. There's my Rotarians. A city known the world over, but not always for the things we in Chicago would like for it to be known. You see, we have some unreconciled things. And from that city, and from my Rotary Club of Maywood Proviso, I'm here to speak about peace. And in that, I'm here to speak about love and intentionality and space making and historical awareness and hope. Everything that you need to build a foundation, these are the ingredients for peace. Now, all of those things are possible, but it's our job as Rotarians and as global citizens to make them probable. It was always possible for a black man to be president of the United States. But until 2008, it was improbable. It has always been possible for a woman to be paid what a man is paid, but it is also, in most parts of the world, improbable. Our work at my firm, Justice Informed, and our work in Rotary is not to make things more possible in the world. It is to make them probable in the world, and to do the most for those who are kept out of the roads and the rooms of equity. We are alive now, my friends. We are alive now. And in the words of the book of Esther from the Bible that my grandmother, Eudora Ramey, used to read to me, we were created for a time such as this. The great blessing of life is that it's something that comes with joy, but it also comes with responsibility. And we have a tendency to forget that latter part, that life is a blessing that is a responsibility. In Chicago, I grew up in a community called North Lawndale. It was a place that the local paper, the Chicago Tribune, they called it the home of the permanent underclass. I grew up in intense American poverty and in a neighborhood where I often left home fearing for my life due to the gangs and the violence there. The odds were greatly stacked against me. My standing here before you today has always been possible. The likelihood has always been slim. This is a community that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. called a home for some time, as he traveled from fighting the personal racism that was emblematic of the southern states of America to fighting the subversive and creative institutional racism in the northern states, labeling Chicago as a place that had deeper racism than he had ever seen in his life. You see, the systemic racism was what built the ghetto that I grew up in. It's a place that I fight dearly for today. Some would tell you that it was our lack of character that built the violence in my neighborhood. But it was the violence of apathy and public policy and a refusal to acknowledge history that gave birth to the guns and the gangs. Fortunately, throughout King's time and into my own, the call for reconciliation has always been strong. There have been voices speaking out against the harm and the hate from many sides. The call for integration of cultures and communities has been championed by many, and the demand for justice and life has continued to this day. But after 7 generations of my family being in America, I am the first free-born generation in my family's history. I was the first generation born after the fight for peace to achieve legal affirmation from the Civil Rights Act of 1964. My mother and my father, they weren't so fortunate. They weren't born with that protection. My grandmother, who was an ordained minister in the AME church, she was known at times as Nigger Girl, from birth until well into her 40s. In a way, I was born at the starting line for peace. But history has no starting line. You cannot look forward unless you know what's behind you. Peace begins with that acknowledgement of what's behind us and what's behind each of us in our own lives and our own actions. Have you considered that? I'm going to tell you something really simple. When I was a child, my mother would tell me after I spilled something, or I broke something, or I got into a fight with my big brother, or I told a lie and got caught, she would say, Xavier, say you're sorry. Apologize. Now, no matter what I had done, I could never truly undo whatever the harm that had actually been done. I couldn't pay my mother back. I didn't have any money. The money was hers. But I started by saying, I'm sorry. And then we could figure out a way to show that I was sorry. I could clean up the mess I made. I could apologize to my brother. I could do something nice for the person I hurt. Now, most parents teach their kids to do that. I think they do. But somewhere along the line, we become adults. An apology gets really hard. We dig deep into the shame. And we forget that acknowledgement, saying, I did that, it caused harm, and I'm sorry, and I want to make it right, is actually the first step for peace. It shows that you are committed to the relationship and that you care about that other person. And to reach peace, we need to have that kind of acknowledgement up front, not only of the people in our lives that we choose to have there, but the people we didn't choose, who are in our world. It means acknowledging not only other people's pain, but where it came from. And acknowledging where we ourselves, throughout our history, our privilege, have been complicit. And what I want to challenge you all, Rotarians, to consider the first step in our four-step process to building peace, we must ask ourselves, is it true? I'm going to tell you some truths of my country, the United States. In my country, it is true that indigenous people were killed off by millions of European settlers and new Americans who wanted to freely express their Christian faith and make space for any religion, yet now we have immigration bans that exclude people who practice their Muslim faith. In my city of Chicago, it is true, young people today are protesting because our government has allocated $95 million of taxpayer money to build a school to train police, that they put that academy just several blocks away from my home community, in a predominantly black and brown community. But they shut down 50 schools for children in those same communities. In my country, it is true that women still do not earn the same as men do for the same work, and they never have. And it is even worse if you're a woman of color. And yet, we have to somehow live together with that knowledge. We have to still make this work. Not the denial of it, the acknowledgement of it. I've spent my entire life learning to hold the tension of being a neighbor, a friend, to people who are raised to do advanced mathematics, to invent smartphone apps, yet they cannot hold a conversation with me on what is still unreconciled between us, though I am a descendant of slaves and they are not. It begins with acknowledgement, my friends, and it continues with listening, and then with learning to hold that tension and to live with it, to not dig deep into our privilege and silence it, to mute them as the story continues. We live in a world that can become enraged, not at injustice, but at survivors who won't stop speaking. People who are incensed because what they thought they could bury has now sprouted wings and flown beyond the fear that denied them agency and love, not just to warn the world, but to embrace the tension of challenging it to become more. The tension can't be eliminated. It's there. It is our global history. The absence of tension is not peace. That is just disconnection and self-righteous negation of responsibility. Peace is the holding of tension in such a way that you commit to the relationship of country and world building while centering those who need support the most. Our parents were on to something, you all. Our parents were on to something when they said, apologize to your brother, then give him a hug. Now, we all know that an embrace does not stop policy violence, but it does represent a form of acknowledgement that matters. The next step, though, is to move with the urgency of our times, as the urgency of my own identity moves me. Relationships are work. Anyone in here who's married knows that. They require an ebb and a flow of expectation, of provision, and truth-telling. Dr. King told us all, we are caught in a network of inescapable mutuality. Relationships will cost you everything. They will also give you everything. We are all children here, and we're at one point, and we know that we cost. I cost my mother dearly. I kept her up for nearly the entire first year of her life. She spent all her money on me. I ate her food. She says that the relationship, however, that she committed the most to gave her the most. That's what you'll hear if you ask Arita Ramey, what did Xavier mean to you? She knew that her commitment to accepting and holding the tension of our relationship with me was one of the most important commitments she ever made. But she was committing while bearing the burden of knowing that her children were more vulnerable in the world than she was. And she bore that burden until we were able to stand up for ourselves as her sons. She has had the privilege of being old enough to live and work and survive with the odds in her favor as an adult woman. And she just had her 70th birthday yesterday. Now, you're not off the hook. That burden waits for all of us in Rotary, if we are willing to acknowledge it. We are all children and parents in the same global family. I sit and I watch clients and people as they wrestle to accept that they are in relationship with the communities across town, across races, caught in an inescapable mutuality. That is the very road that allowed for our species to continue to this point on this earth. I sit with the descendants of slave owners in my country. I sit with men who commit violence against women. I sit with corporate executives who are afraid that women will sue them because the men in the company they are aware are sexist, and they fear litigation. I sit with women who thought they were being inclusive when they started that nonprofit, but they looked around and realized that in the end it was a room of white wealthy women, and they had excluded the women of color even, and the LGBTQIA persons. I sit with them and I urge them to come higher, go faster, dig into your privilege. Privilege in this world means just having two good choices. That's it. But love means bearing the weight of relationship for us all and modeling love in a courageous way. It means acknowledging our privilege, even when we are marginalized. You see, I am the hope and the dream of the slave. I repeat, standing here, I am the hope and the dream of the slave. And I am a privileged American. I'm a systematically excluded black person in my own country, and I'm a privileged man. These are my contradictions. I accept them. I urge you all to do the same, to acknowledge it, to recognize it, hold that tension. This is the tension for our time, to change time. Our role as the volunteers and the strategists and the philanthropists of the world must move from our hearts to our businesses, to our hiring, to our supply chains, and into our homes. We cannot leave here and continue to segregate cities by choosing the bigger house where the nice stores are located or operate businesses that produce environmental harm for the poor. We must have countries in the Middle East that don't produce refugees, and we need cities in America where a black man does not have a 1 in 3 chance of being taken to jail or a 700% greater chance of being killed by a police officer for doing the same thing that a white man was doing. We need communities. We need communities where corporate male leaders know that it is not just possible that in their companies women can work and be safe, but that they moderate their policies and behaviors that drive down the possibility of harm. before it becomes the silenced burden of the children of the currently marginalized and the suppressed shame of the privileged. We have much work to do, Rotarians, in moving to the next phase of civic responsibility and global relationships. We must make the possible probable. We have a beautiful and important world to build. If we can keep it, if we can keep ourselves, if we can love, if we can be life, if we can be together, know that the fate of our very world depends upon it. Thank you all.
As Rotary, we often ask ourselves, how do we grow? Personally, professionally, and organizationally? The answer is simple. To grow Rotary, we need more Rotary clubs. Let's use Anytown as an example. Anytown is a city of 100,000 people and home to one proud Rotary club. But there are hundreds of other people of action, just like us, who are uniquely qualified to become Rotary members. They share the same drive and represent the values and fundamentals of a Rotary member. So why aren't they members? Well, the current club meets on Monday. There are leaders in Anytown who can't meet on a Monday. By excluding this segment, the potential members in Anytown has shrunk. Now consider, what if the meeting is at noon on Monday? There are people who can meet on Monday, but can't meet at noon. So now we have a smaller audience for Rotary in Anytown. Of the remaining group, some aren't interested in a club with a sit-down lunch and speakers. They are passionate about service, but aren't interested in a traditional club experience. And that is okay. The Rotary Club of Anytown isn't doing anything wrong. It just doesn't appeal to particular segments of the community. And if we're going to thrive for years to come, we must adapt and embrace change. In Anytown, we have an opportunity to expand because potential members are everywhere. More than half of the eligible people are prospective Rotary members, waiting to make a bigger impact in their community. But what Rotary Club exists for them? If Anytown creates new clubs at new times and new places, the hidden potential for Rotary will be revealed. As people of action, we must broaden our reach and provide opportunities to all leaders in the community. Together, all of us can grow Rotary.
Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. That is how I know you go on. Far across the distance and spaces between us, you have come to show you go on.
just one time and lasts for a lifetime and never let go till we're gone. Love was when I love you, 1, 2 time I hold you. In my life will always go on. Here, far, wherever you are, I believe that the hardest go on. Once more, you open the door, and you're here in my heart, and my heart will go on and
What a beautiful tribute to those that have passed on. May they all rest in peace. I wanted to let you know that that video did include 2 years of past Rotarians because we weren't able to pay tribute to them last year since we did not have a conference. So let's get on to some awards because I know everybody has been waiting. But there's a special award today that I need to give out, and it's the Rotary's highest honor for an individual Rotarian. It's called the Service Above Self Award. This award recognizes up to 150 Rotarians annually who have demonstrated exemplary humanitarian service with emphasis on personal volunteer efforts and active involvement in helping others through Rotary. Today, I'm honored to present the prestigious Service Above Self Award and this crystal to our own past District Governor Rod Belton from the Rotary Club of Salinas Steinbeck. Was that a surprise?
Yes, it was.
Well, I have this beautiful crystal, but I don't want to get like, you could hold it up, I guess, so that people can see it. No, I know Kenny G's not singing for you though, Rod. I'm so sorry. But anyway, there's this beautiful award that says Service Above Self. The Board of Directors of Rotary International bestows this award on Rodney Belton, who through devotion and exemplary efforts embodies Rotary's motto of service above self. And only 150 people each year are awarded this throughout the world. So congratulations.
And you used my full name.
Yeah, you used your full name. So this is like an honor, you know.
This is a surprise, but I'm reminded about somebody who shared something with me a long time ago about life. It said, life is the sum of the memories you collect. You gave me a good one today.
I can't do what I do this year without your help.
Thank you all very much.
So, past District Governor Rod is a past club president, served as district governor from 2003 to 2004. He's a benefactor, a member of the Bequest Society, a major donor, Paul Harris Fellow, member of the Paul Harris Society, and has received the Rotary Foundation Distinguished Service Award and the Rotary Foundation Meritorious Service Award. I hope you have some room on your shelf there. District things could not happen without you, without all your dedication. It's evident as he continues to just be there for all of us and be a mentor to us and a mentor to me. And this is wonderful. I'm so excited for you.
Thank you all very much.
All right. Congratulations. And Rod's been with us all day long here as part of our committee. I'll give you the box later if you want. Be careful.
She wouldn't let me leave.
I wouldn't let him leave. I said, you can't leave yet. I know he's got to get to something else later, but we all do. So fantastic. Thank you so much. So please all wish him well. Thank you. So taking on the theme of Rotary superheroes, we put out a contest, a superhero photo and video contest. And after reviewing the photos and us taking a look at the videos, the winner of the photo video contest, the superhero photo video contest, is the Rotary Club of North Fresno. So let's see how they roll. We have big clubs, medium-sized clubs, and of course small clubs in our district. I admire the work of the small and mighty clubs, who seem to get so much done with little resources. So today I am awarding the Small and Mighty Club Award to the Rotary Club of Carmel Sunset. We've worked through a global pandemic, and this club then worked through a fire that wiped out their small community of resources and displaced many of the residents. This club didn't wait and jumped right in. They secured assistance, resources, and got their hands dirty. The Rotary Club of Carmel Valley had a banner year, increasing their impact in their local community. They supported fire victims, provided coats to needed recipients, holiday treats to foster children, free flu shots to citizens, fire safety to property owners, doubled their PICS funding, increased their donations to the food bank, provided meal gift certificates from local restaurants to the needy, just to name a few. Congratulations to the Rotary Club of Carmel Valley as the Rotary District 5230's Club of the Year.
Out of the chute he sits tall as the timber, one hand on the horse and one hand on the sky. 8 seconds later he lands in the money, and winning's a feeling that money can't buy. Kids love a hero and big silver buckles. The girls love to dream of a rodeo man. He loves the back roads and feels walls without fences. And I guess he loves me because I understand. He's a rainbow rider. He's hitched up his saddle. He's ready to ride. He's a rainbow rider. A dream chasing cowboy with a rodeo girl by his side. Winter in Tucson and spring in Sonora, Reno in June, then off to Cheyenne. He remembers the fall that he took last September. He's hoping he draws that old Bramer again. He's a rainbow rider. He's hitched up his saddle. He's ready to ride. He's a rainbow rider. A dream chasing cowboy, the rodeo girl by his side. Lately he's talking about having a son, someone who learned from the things that he's done. A young, bronc-busting buckaroo. Trailer behind an old white Eldorado, a red western sunset and a blue mountain range. Some things in this life you'd like to do over, but living with him something I'd never change. He's a rainbow rider. He's hitched up his saddle. He's ready to ride. He's a rainbow rider. A dream chasing cowboy with a rodeo girl by his side. Rainbow rider. A dream chasing cowboy with a rodeo girl by his side.
I just want to congratulate again the award winners for the District Club Awards. You guys are so fantastic. And, you know, and all the submissions and all the information that I gathered from all the great work that all the clubs do, it's truly heartwarming. And it's really hard to select one out of a group. So all of you are superheroes, and that's what we're here to celebrate. Shout out to Norton Atiyah from the Carmel Sunset Rotary Club for the Small and Mighty Award, and to Mike Hole, whose theme this year, or his mantra, was Kina Ole, which in Hawaiian means doing the right thing for the right reason at the right time. And he certainly has done so. So congratulations. And to Mike Rabara, our Batman cocktail bartender, for your terrific work with the video and all the work that you do as well. So thanks to everybody. You're all winners. Speaking of winners, let's do some more drawings. I got more prizes to give away. So let's pick 4 more and see what we come up with. Let's see here. Celine Nielsen?
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Dr. Celine.
Yeah, Dr. Celine. Oh, all kinds of wrapped up one. Adrian Vandenberg. Marilyn Bamford. And Ilgay. Sharon Pyra. All right, fantastic. So again, watch for the mail. Let's see. What do we have up next? I'm losing my place here. Okay, so yeah, no, we're going to talk about some of the upcoming events. We have a couple of video clips here for the virtual convention in Taipei, which is coming up in June. And I wanted to remind everybody that the registration fee for the international convention is $49 until May 7th. So if you're going to register, please do so this week so that you can get the early bird registration of $49, because the price goes up after that date. And then we have a video clip for the Join Us in Tucson, which is the 2021 Rotary Institute. So let's go ahead and play those videos and give them their promotions.
Un mundo de energía te llama.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Siente la energía en la convención de Rotary International en Taipei.
Meep, meep. Meep, meep. Meep, meep.
That was good.
Great.
That was good.
Hi, I'm Bev Reed.
And I'm Doug Baker. And together, we're your Institute chairs for the 2021 Big West Institute, where we're going to go from Zoom to your own room at the Ventana Canyon Resort, which is a beautiful open setting.
And there are great activities near or at the resort. Golfing, tennis, biking, and even horseback riding.
So join us, please, for informative speakers, programs, sessions, and amazing entertainment.
And let's not forget about our special celebration Saturday night for our new governors.
Join us at the Lowe's Ventana Canyon Resort.
See you there.
That's all, folks.
Following the tradition, it's time to pass the district governor line pins.
Hello, my name is Joy Anderson. I'm your current district governor for District 5230. And today we are passing our district pins over to our district governor line. And it's my pleasure today to pass on the district governor pin to District Governor-elect Bruce Mackey, who will take over on July 1st. And Bruce is with the Rotary Club of Hanford. Here you go, Bruce.
Hey, thank you, Joy. I really appreciate it. And it gives me great pleasure to pass on my district governor-elect pin to Becky Mosier from the Rotary Club of Clovis. Here you go, Becky.
Great, thank you so much, Bruce. I am so excited to become your district governor-elect and district governor in 22-23. And it gives me great pleasure to pass my district governor nominee pin on to Debbie Hale from the Rotary Club of Salinas-Steinbeck.
Thank you, Becky. I'm so thrilled to be your district governor nominee starting on July 1st. And so excited to be joining Bruce and Becky and Joy as part of your district governor line for District 5230.
So here's our district governor line. Welcome, everybody, and please join me in congratulating our next governor, governor-elect, and governor nominee.
Fantastic. I'm so very grateful to the district conference chair, Ilge, and the conference committee for the time, effort, and hard work that was dedicated to our virtual experience. You guys rocked it. This is why I consider our Rotarians superheroes.
Bring back my keys, princess.
My name's Carl.
Daenerys Stormborn, of House Targaryen, of the blood of old Valyria. I am the dragon's daughter.
Stop!
Now you know why they were a fantastic team. I hope that you all enjoyed our district conference. Although we were not together in person, I know that we're together as a district and as a Rotary family. Thank you for giving up a Saturday. I appreciate your support and your dedication to Rotary. We are strong, and despite the challenges, we remain focused on serving others. My heartfelt appreciation goes out to each and every one of you. The business meeting will begin promptly at 4:15. Please join me in celebrating with the following music video.
We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day, just you and me.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that it is love. And this place could be brighter than tomorrow. And if you really try, you'll find there's no need to cry. In this place, you'll feel there's no hurt or sorrow. There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place. We are the world. We are
Thank you to our conference committee for a fabulous conference.
We are superheroes, and our mission was to celebrate, congratulate, recognize, and award our D5230 superhero Rotarians. Oh, and have fun.
Fun indeed. Thanks for joining us today, and carry on the mission of service above self.